In the meantime, we welcome the online participants. We are about to start in a couple of minutes.
Are you sure? Good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. It's great to see you all today. It's great joy after so many years with COVID that we met only online. It's very good that a lot of projects managed to meet today in one room. First of all, I would like to thank you for accepting the invitation and travel to Thessaloniki. That is a great city. And we will have the chance, the possibility to exchange idea about the project running now on low-ILUC feedstock in Europe. So, it's not changing. Maybe this. It's not me. I'm very happy that it's not me. Okay, so the original idea came from BIC to organize something to collect all the project doing low-ILUC feedstock. So because I'm running also project on low-ILUC feedstock, I thought it was a good opportunity because this is the third year of BIC to invite more projects to join us. So, original organized by BIC, but you can see the kind contribution of all of these excellent projects. So you will see MAGIC Gold, MIDAS, MAIL, BIC, BECOOL, Biofuel, CERESiS, CARINA, Free to Climate, Marginal Lands. Thank you. I would like to thank you, the coordinators. You are great, and the teams, because apart from the coordinators, in most of the project, we have 2-3 more persons join the coordinator. Thank you very much. This afternoon, first we will do all the presentations for the project. We can understand what the project are doing. Please try to be your presentation 15 minutes in order to have 5 minutes for questions. Not exceed and not go further than 17 minutes. We need some questions after each presentation. And in the afternoon, what my idea was to split in 3 groups, because yesterday we had the BIC meeting, and there it was a big questions about the RED II, about the low-ILUC feedstock, we discussed a lot about this. And I think 3 are the main groups. The first one is the rotations, where we can grow energy crops in the existing rotation only if what we propose increase the yields per land unit. And here we have the project, for example, BECOOL, CARINA, Biofuel, and BIC. The second group is the abandoned land degraded, eroded, that is also written this way in red too. And we have MAGIC, MIDAS, BIC, Marginal, GRACE, MAIL project. And the last group is not, you cannot see it directly in the red too, is the contaminated land. EU 2 years ago gave funding to 3 projects in the same call, and we have here Gold, Fit to Climate, and CERESiS, all funded from the same call, and they want to bridge the gap between remediation and advanced biofuel production. And because in red 2 you cannot see anything about contamination, I think this afternoon it will be nice to discuss about the contamination, because usually when you grow on contaminated land, the heavy metals, this is the idea, they go to the plant. So if we want to do any conversion, we have to consider this. And in this project that you will see today, we have a special plan how to convert to advanced biofuel and to concentrate the heavy metals in contaminated form. So this should be carefully considered, especially if, for instance, if we want to do bioproducts, it's another story, and we have to be very careful about the end use. So this is the idea for today. It's that at the end of my presentation. I'm not able to change the slide. You see, it happens every time to me. Here? Okay, okay, I made it. Some initial ideas for discussion this afternoon. We will present it later on. When we group, we need to understand from your project, for your experience, which crop you tested, which cropping system, if you have cropping systems, success stories, about what type of contamination you faced in contaminated, about the acceptability with the farmers, because all of us, we have to work very closely with the farming community, and the farming community has to support us and to work, we have to have a team spirit. We have to see not only red, because CAP is very connected with red too. The CAP, the Green Deal, the Farm to Fork policy, the climate policy, all of these should be considered. And the national strategic plan of CAP, because now the member states, they can have different policies, different incentives per country, is important too. So bottlenecks, success stories, all of these things, we can discuss it this afternoon. Keep in mind that we will split in 3, and your participation in this session is very important, because the main idea is not only to stay in this project, but to go a step further and to see future possibilities for collaboration, future project. We have to move on, because we built on what we have to think of next activities. Okay, thank you very much for the participation, for the acceptance to be here. We have a lot of people online, that is great. And now I would like to welcome from DG Energy, Maria Georgiadou. I'm very happy that Maria accepted our invitation and came here to present physically. So Maria, if you're ready.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation, Efi, Maurizio, to the organizers. I am really happy to be here with you, to see all these projects combined and coming together to a cause which is noble to me. It is research and innovation. I come from research and innovation. I worked for energy for many years. And I have, let's say, expertise in renewable energies, and particularly renewable fuels, and biofuels, and synthetic fuels. And I have seen through the years how these technologies are evolving. And it is amazing how much effort and how much progress has been achieved, let's say, the last 20 years. Because as everybody knows, research is a long-term, in fact, impactful science, or you can see in the long term the impacts, not to a project that you put the money today, after 4 years you can see marginal things, but you need to insist on this And after 15, 20 years, you see the whole value chain evolved and the results. Now, this way, today we are doing the research on these contaminated lands, degraded lands, or other types of abandoned lands in order to be able to use them again, to use them for bioenergy in the beginning, for bio-based products, and then also to restore these lands and to give them back to agriculture. So this is a noble cause, and I am very excited to see you gathered here presenting your results, on which we were going to build our next research and innovation program. But not to go too much into this, I will start with my presentation. And I give you a little bit of policy background before I go to the calls to present the research and innovation policy on biofuels. This is the Fit for 55 package, and this is where the renewable fuels are referenced at, all these legislations, but all these legislations are now rediscussed again because of the REPowerEU. The REPowerEU is the plan that the Commission put forward in order to diversify the energy supplies, in order to be able to deal with independence from fossil fuels imports from outside, and particularly from the gas from Russia. So although here the Renewable Energy Directive is the most important, let's say, directive regulation, and the initial target was 40% renewable energies, and with specific targets of advanced biofuels, renewable fuels of non-biological origin. This now is under discussion, and this 40% is between 40 and 45%. There's no final agreement. The targets for renewable fuels and advanced biofuels are also under discussion, upwards, meaning that the needs for these types of products is even more. Of course, all the other targets in the ETS, the emissions trading scheme, which is also now applied to the road transport and to the buildings, are going to discuss to be up again. And we have the two specific legislations on renewable fuels for maritime and for the aviation, where in particular for aviation, we have targets for advanced biofuels specific already for 2030. And for maritime, again, we have targets on the greenhouse gas intensity of the fuels. We need cleaner fuels for maritime as well. And not to forget the ETD, the Energy Taxation Directive. This is a very important directive because they discuss how much taxed there will be the new products. The renewable energies are going to be exempted based on what the member states we would like to do with their legislations, but this is a proposal. There's nothing agreed yet. The proposal is that these renewable fuels, renewable energies are exempted to an extent. For this type of process we are talking about, there is the Delegated Act, which has been discussed, has not been yet adopted. Many of you know that in order to be able to provide for the biomasses that will be needed under these ambitious targets that we saw, there was a discussion for the last 2 years on the update of the Annex 9 of the RED 2 Part A and B feedstock list, as we say, to add, because it is only possible to add new feedstocks there. And those that are under consideration are, as you know, for the additionality, the non-food crops grown on severely degraded land that are not suitable for food and feed, and those that are also going to be cultivated in existing agricultural lands, but they are called intermediate crops, patch crops, cover crops. These are the crops that you know better than me how they work, but these are going to be also eligible as feedstocks under Annex 9. And coming now to REPowerEU, as I said, this is, this is the, I wanted to close this small thing, but I cannot achieve. Anyway, the REPowerEU is a plan that the Commission put forward, as I say, for the energy security and energy independence, and has 3 pillars. The first pillar is on savings, energy savings. How to, thank you very much, how actually to increase the energy efficiency. The target is not 13%, it is somehow between 9 and 13%. If I remember well, now it is agreed between the Parliament and the Council, energy efficiency target 11.7%. Not being completely sure about this, as I recall. The pillar 2 is on the diversification, and this is how to buy gas, energy from outside the normal suppliers. And there is an energy platform where the member states come together and buy these supplies together at lower prices. And this is for LNG, for hydrogen, and for methane also, for natural gas. And of course, there is another type of external approach to engagement strategy. We call it external engagement strategy to other suppliers. And the most important for us here for this group is the pillar 3. This is how to accelerate the rollout of the renewable energy, because this is the way to be independent from fossil fuels, not only the imports, but to also have a green energy transition. And there are many actions besides what we do in the other renewable energies, like the solar strategy with a rooftop initiative, like in the hydrogen accelerator with the target of 10 million tons domestic production and 10 million tons imports, and the money that is given to Hydrogen Valley is extra 200 million. And the projects of common projects of important European interest, we have actions on biomethane. Biomethane is a biofuel. And I will show you the biomethane action plan, which is under the annex of REPowerEU, and which calls for accelerating the domestic production to 35 billion cubic meters per year up to 2030. And of course, there are actions on the decarbonization of industry with hydrogen, with methane, etc. So this is the biomethane action plan. I hope you can see it. The first, it has also 5 pillars, 5 actions. The first is to have this domestic production through looking at what are the national strategies of the member states, in looking at their national energy and climate plans, the NECPs, and then to see whether there is enough done to promote the domestic production. And this is going to be helped by a partnership, which is called the Biomethane Industrial Partnership. This is a form of industries where there are plans made to accelerate this domestic production. Of course, there will be incentives to increase the upgrading of biogas to biomethane. Like today, biogas is used for electricity production, and there will be incentives also to divert it to biomethane. Infrastructure is important, standards, and there is a part, access to finance, and there is a part which is called research and innovation gaps. And there we look at to innovative technologies for the production, but also to innovative technologies for upgrading the biogas to biomethane, both routes and access to market scaling up and all this. And this is where research and innovation co-chairs this task force together with academia and industry in order to put forward this plan. And you see the 5 task forces here that under this biomethane industrial partnership, 1 on the targets, 1 on the scaling up, a 3rd on the potentials of innovative feedstocks. This is where you come. Another on the optimization of the cost, and the 3rd on the research and innovation gaps, as I already said. Where do we participate? We do participate with Horizon Europe actions on increasing the production through innovative research and innovation technologies to boost this production, not only of biomethane, but also all other renewable fuels. Now we come to the Green Industrial Plan. This is a new thing that was announced earlier this year to reply to the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act that the US put forward in order to promote the domestic production on technologies and subsidize the products. So that are produced in the USA. So the EU came with a response which is called the Green Deal Industrial Plan. And this actually also has actions to simplify the regulatory environment, so to promote faster rollout of the innovative technologies, to provide faster access to funding, to provide the skills, training, education and skills, and also to open the trade for ensuring resilient supply chains. And under this, we have the Net Zero Industry Act. This is how to implement. So first there is the communication of the plan, and then there is the act that implements. And the Net Zero Industry Act is about scaling up all EU net zero, we are calling them technology manufacturing, in order to have at least 40% of annual deployment needs in the EU of these strategic zero technologies by 2030. So this will be done by simplifying the regulatory framework, by scaling up manufacturing technologies, and by making these industries more competitive and more resilient. And under this plan, we have the so-called strategic technologies. And strategic technologies means that they will have a priority in support, priority to financing, and priority in permitting, and whatever makes them easier to scale up. Besides the solar, the wind, the batteries, the heat pumps, the electrolyzers, CCS and grid, we have also here named sustainable biogas and biomethane. So this is why I'm saying that, because all this will require feedstock. This is very relevant to this meeting today. But also we have other sustainable technologies that are eligible under the Net Zero Industry Act, which is not a strategic, but also they will be supported. And these are also the sustainable alternative fuel technologies, because these fuels are needed for maritime, are needed for aviation, are needed for heavy road transport. So not to make it too heavy, I will go to Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe, you are all familiar. In these projects that are here combined, they are financed under Pillar 2 and under Cluster 5 on climate, energy, and mobility. Now, in the new work program that has just announced, and not only announced, but the first calls are done, and tomorrow is the deadline for these first calls. We have the same EU policy objectives, a little bit more updated. The Green Deal, the economy that works for people, the fit for digital age, the position in the world, and the EU democracy remain the principles and the EU objectives. And if we go to the destination of competitive, sustainable, secure, competitive energy supply and renewable energy, here is the plan that shows what WP 23-24 covers under the renewable fuels. So we have renewable fuels. In general, they cover advanced biofuels, synthetic renewable fuels, microalgae and direct solar fuels, and intermediate bioenergy carriers. Under the bioenergy, we have biomass, heat, and CHP, including carbon capture, and we have a fixation of the carbon in the biogenic flue gases. This is a hot subject now in the upgrade of biogas to biomethane, or every type of CO2 which is of biogenic origin, to fuels. Under energy systems, we have an interesting topic on how to integrate renewable gases which are not refined, which is not hydrogen or methane, into the grids. In international, we have a topic that covers also feedstocks and logistics, and this is the integrated energy-driven biorefineries, and we'll come to this, and a topic on Africa, which is for all renewable energies. In cutting, we have renewable energy valleys. This is, let's say, the similar to hydrogen valleys, but it is more general, and I will present this to you. And we have the topics that are always there, the emerging next generation technologies, covering also renewable fuels, and the market uptake measures, also covering renewable fuels, and we have studies and also other actions under the InvestEU. These are all under the policy of the European Green Deal and the Repower EU. And now, if we go to the topics, we have two topics that close tomorrow, demonstration topics, one on advanced biofuel technologies for aviation and shipping, and one on synthetic renewable fuels for aviation and shipping. And here, the aim was to scale up. So these projects needed to have feasibility plans, business plans, in the dissemination and exploitation, and ideas on how to finance their next step. Then we have topics that will close later. Those that will close, one that will close on the 5 September, which is on the development of next generation advanced biofuel technologies. And one which will close on 16th of January, which is on the improved intermediate renewable energy carriers for transport fuels. The first is RIA, the second is innovation action. And both of them, when we put forward these topics require sustainable feedstock. Sustainable feedstock means feedstock which is not food or feed, and not only that, it is from waste, it is from residues, it is from biogenic effluent gases, it is from marginal lands or severely degraded lands, etc. So these topics look at the production of fuels or intermediate products that can become fuels later on. In the bioenergy, as I said, I announced, we have the CHP topic and the biogenic flue gases topic. They are for 5th of September 2023 and for 12th of September and for 16th of January 2024. The topic under the energy systems, grids and storage, here, this closes in October 2023, and it is about integrating biogases, for example, syngases, finding ways to integrate them into to the grids, not refining them through hydrogen or methane, but through other ways. In the international, it is the biorefineries, the integrated biorefineries, together to produce advanced biofuels, biochemicals, and biomaterials that will close in September 2024. So there is enough time to make a consortia. This is a topic that is made for Mission Innovation. Mission Innovation is an international cooperation of countries in order to promote the clean energy transition. And there in Mission Innovation, integrated biorefineries, we have Brazil, Canada, India, UK, EC that are the main members. And in this topic, we ask the participation, or not obligatory, but it is requested to have participation of Mission Innovation countries, even if it is other Mission Innovation countries. So this topic requires consortia that are international. And not only that, the third countries need to find out funding for their partners. And this is what we are working on under the Mission Innovation, Mission Integrated Biorefineries, how to arrange that funds are available for these partners in such type of consortia. And we have the Africa topic. This Africa topic, it is under the EU, African Union Climate Change and Sustainable Energy Collaborative Partnership. There is a coordinated action, it's called LIP-RE, that is a program actually, with 55 African countries inside, and there they develop technology. It is not export of technologies, technology development. It covers all types of renewable energies, and it is a demonstration topic, and the project should be done in Africa. Of course, bioenergy is one of the favorable topics there for the Africa actions. That's why I present it to you. And everything what is done needs also to be sustainable and accompanied by a life cycle analysis. These are already said about the cross-cutting that we have the next generation and the market uptake. And the important thing is the renewable energy valleys. The renewable energy values now, it is under the idea of supporting Repower EU, and they are understood as living labs or areas locally or regionally where we have an energy solution through renewable energy technologies that are combined from all renewable energy sources. They produce electricity, heat, and fuels, so multiple energy carriers of renewable origin, and then they store and they use them. And this topic also includes, besides the fuels, the biomethane, the biogas, and the hydrogen, and covers all types of sectors, buildings, mobility, industry, industrial parks, and the needs need to be covered on an annual basis, the energy needs. It could be distinct, but all combined around the same area, or it could be at the same area, like the polygeneration concept. This was a topic that closes tomorrow. It is the 30th of today. Today, it is the 30th of March, so it closes today. But why I'm presenting that, it is that this topic and concept is going to be continued. It's going to be continued. It's going to have more and more importance, like the hydrogen valleys, but this is really making independent local EU territories based on renewable energies and contributes to security, to autonomy, to climate resilience, climate neutrality locally in the EU, made in the EU. Other actions, we will have a study and contribution to the InvestEU blending operation under the Green Transition Project, which is an instrument by the European Investment Bank that supports, among others, hydrogen storage, etc., sustainable aviation fuels. And this is open, will be twice open. And we put 50 million into this partnership. It is the EU Breakthrough Coalition Energy Partnership. So thank you very much. I have some links here for you. And I hope you found it interesting. Of course, you can ask me, you can contact me. I will be able and available to help. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, we can discuss it later on. Thank you very much, Maria. Great presentation. And I would like now to invite Tomasz CALIKOWSKI from DG Agriculture. Thank you very much, Thomas, for accepting our invitation to join us today. And it's a pity that we didn't manage to meet in person, although you try a lot. Thank you very much for presenting even online. So
good morning, and I'm indeed very happy to be here with you. Well, indeed, I tried a lot to be with you. I hope you can hear me now. Unfortunately, I was asked to attend another meeting this afternoon outside of Brussels. So I was not. I had to change my schedule, and well, I'm still happy to be here online. Maybe one small, maybe I'll start showing my presentation. I hope it will work so that you can see it immediately. Is it visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Yes, so maybe a very small correction at the start. I do not come from DG and Agriculture, but from Research Innovation, from the directorate dealing with bioeconomy, so Healthy Planet Directorate, which is another directorate in the same structure as Maria's, who presented just a minute ago. So I think really these two elements will show the complete picture, and indeed I'm very happy to present some policy context regarding bioeconomy. And maybe at the start, let me refer to some historical context where bioeconomy is coming from, and what developments did we have in bioeconomy. I am sure that some of you have seen this overview, but nevertheless, to recall that first bioeconomy strategy was adopted by the European Commission back more than 10 years ago in 2012. It was then updated in 2018, expanding the content to the elements related to understanding ecological limits and also regional bioeconomies, and also the deployment of bioeconomy, especially by the European partnerships with industry. Then bioeconomy policy needs to be seen in the context of European Green Deal, of course, which is the main policy context related to green and just transition, as we just heard. And last year we had a bioeconomy progress report that looked on the progress of this strategy, especially when it regards sustainability dimensions, and also I mean the social, the environmental, and the economic elements of this bioeconomy strategy and how it is deployed. So just maybe one word about the progress report. The main findings, indeed, bioeconomy was found to be an element of an important element of European Green Deal, contributing to climate neutral and nature positive Europe. So this is the destination. And here, of course, the current food and energy crisis are also a very important background. The context of this is even more urgent. Nevertheless, of course, also the sustainability challenges are also very important. And here, indeed, the additional focus that was found from the progress report was related to dealing with multiple pressures on land and sea. So this is the so-called biosphere stewardship strategy that was proposed to be developed. This is one action that can be followed up in the future. And also looking on the consumption of biological resources, addressing the consumption framework. Of course, this comes as no surprise that the pressures on land and sea, plus the consumption, make dealing with all the trade-offs in this field very critical. And indeed, this is also where the ILUC question comes into play, and your contribution here is very important. Just also as no surprise comes the urgency that is confirmed by recent UN reports related to climate. So the International Panel on Climate Change recent report that was published earlier this month confirmed that indeed the climate change is a threat to human well-being and planetary health. That all the transitions in all the sectors are necessary for reduction of emissions and for ensuring that that human livelihood and the planetary survival and health are guaranteed in all the sectors. So both in land, sea, cryosphere, biosphere. This is a confirmation of what we already know. What is also interesting is to observe that there is this window of opportunity is rapidly closing. So inclusive governance and correct looking on the synergies between the climate and development objectives or goals are very important to increase the chance that we do not end up on a very hostile future on our planet, but really adapt to and mitigate the risks that we face with climate change and of course here the energy, but also the consumption of resources need to adapt and to be changed. When we look on the agricultural part and how this report still from IPCC proposes to address different sectors. Of course, they look also on energy sector, but also on the land, ocean, food, and water systems. There are several interesting suggestions or observations in the report on the options that provide the benefits on adaptation and mitigation, for instance, and also looking on the trade-offs. So of course, food security is the main priority for humanity, but also when we look on the climate change goals, sustainably sourced agriculture and food and forest products, and also including long-lived wood products, are important tools to provide the climate benefits. Also, other solutions that agriculture can provide, such as improvements on the plant varieties, agroforestry, community-based adaptation, urban agriculture, and also conservation of high carbon ecosystems such as peatlands, wetlands, rangelands. So all of that is actually parts of different European policies now that perhaps today it is difficult to touch on them, but all of them. But just to say that, for instance, high carbon ecosystem, this is also can actually be found in the proposal for the European proposal on the nature restoration law and the sustainable carbon cycles. So there is a good complementarity between these policies and, of course, the scientific consensus that emerges. This is indeed also the summary of European Green Deal targets that we have discussed this already quite significantly today. Of course, the climate neutrality, but also again ecosystems and biodiversity, and food systems reductions, and finally the zero pollution. So all of these objectives related to soils, related to reduction of plastic contamination in the sea, the soils health, and reduction of emissions impacting severely biodiversity. This is also a very important consideration for research and policy action. So again, European Green Deal, and now looking on Horizon Europe. So so you have seen the presentation on Cluster 5, and now this comes Cluster 6 of Horizon Europe, which deals with food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. And here all the destinations of this cluster touch on various work streams of European Green Deal that are presented on the slide. I will not go into too much detail on all these destinations, but maybe just let me highlight two of them. That is destination 3, circular economy and bioeconomy sectors. That is related to greener industry, and also eliminating pollution, dealing with destination 4 on clean environment and zero pollution. Maybe also important the destination 7, all of them on the right-hand side of the slide, on innovative governance, because indeed this is also important how this transformation, this transition can ensure just and fair participation and not leaving anyone behind, of course, in this process. So this is also an important element involving all actors, especially farmers, as we heard. So this is absolutely a part of this part of Horizon Cluster 6 program. Now looking on the content of Cluster 6, how it related to and relates in the future to the ILUC thematic more concretely. We had a number of topics in the work program. Unfortunately, not all of them resulted in applications. This was a bit disappointing, but so this is the first one that I would like to present, the one from the destination 3 of Cluster 6, related to contained biomass solution. This was the idea to lower the outcome here, to lower the dependence on land-based production systems. So this was the topic from 21. And now more positive was the outcome of a topic that you are very familiar with, because two projects represented here today, MIDAS and Margin Up, resulted from this topic. Was a topic on marginal lands and climate resilient and biodiversity friendly crops for sustainable industrial feedstocks and related value chains. So this was also from 22, the topic that included in the impact identification of or outcomes identification of co-benefits, potential risks with ILUC, low potential for ILUC, with focus on marginal lands. So this was this topic that we will discuss today from the two projects. Now, also the same is true for another of a topic that the result is the CARINA project, also represented here today. So I'm very happy to see that this topic comes from our DG Agriculture colleagues in the work program on maximization of economic, environmental, and social synergies in the provision of feedstocks for bio-based sectors. And this also this topic included a provision, an outcome on low-ILUC bio-based production, a certification for the use of bio-based sectors. And now this also was the case in the other topic on non-plant biomass feedstock for industrial applications. Actually, the deadline of this is the current call, but the deadline was 2 days ago, so the call is closed now. In which one of the outcome was the increased sustainability of biomass resources, lowering the ILUC impacts. So this is one of the next topic in which this outcome is considered. Now in governance destination, we have now also another topic which is looking on integrated assessment of land use and biomass demands to contribute to sustainable, healthy, and fair bioeconomy. Also closed 2 days ago, which includes the consideration of potential and limits of land and biomass on all the dimensions of European Green Deal, including climate, biodiversity, environment. And climate benefits are very clearly identified. So even though ILUC itself is not mentioned, this topic definitely will consider this aspect. And then we also should look on what the public-private partnership CBE has been doing in this regard. So just to recall, this partnership is a Circular Bio-Based Europe joint undertaking. It is a 2 billion euro institutionalized partnership with private side, bio-based industries consortium that follows up on its predecessor called Bio-Based Industries Joint Undertaking, BBI, that you may be familiar with. Now already 2 calls have been published of this partnership from 22 and now 23. The current call is open. Actually, it will be open in April, but it is already published, so the full content is known. The deadline comes in September, and the new call is in preparation. It is important to say that this partnership does not deal actually with biofuels and bioenergy. This is excluded from the scope since there are other programs, especially the Cluster 5 of Horizon Europe that deal more concretely with biofuels, but still the bio-based chemicals and materials and products are of course fully in scope. And it can be the case that actually biofuels, I mean, the ingredients are actually very similar, if not identical. And a good example is bioethanol, that when it is biofuel, it is excluded from the scope. But if it goes to production of other chemicals, then it is included in the scope. So actually the sourcing of this feedstock is very important, and in the SRIA and the Strategic Research Innovation Agenda of CBE, there is a specific requirement to look on the feedstock sourcing, sustainability, and environmental performance to ensure that the sustainability of this feedstock is indeed guarantees the environmental sustainability, especially when we see the principle of cascading use of biomass to best valorize the biomass here, and of course looking on the dominant application. Yes, so indeed in the scope of CBE we also have ILUC definition to guide the applicants what it is. In the glossary it is included, so I think there is nothing new here. It is really explanation to the applicants on the terminology. And there, going to more concretely these feedstock sustainability conditions that are included. So there is a very long list. I think we don't have much time to discuss it in detail, but just to highlight again that there is also this provision in red shown on the slide that feedstock will have zero low ILUC risk and promote carbon sequestration. Of course, for bio-based products and bio-based systems, an issue is that we don't have a precise guidance on this, what it means for these non-biofuel systems. However, still, of course, the implementing regulation on the biofuels can be used as a proxy for the bio-based system. So indeed, this is explained in the annual work program of a partnership, and also referring to the existing regulation, and this is also what has been explained before. So we are very keen to follow these developments, because even though they are not directly connected to the bio-based area, they are very much applicable there. So this is also an important consideration for this partnership. In the scope of CBE partnership, the environmental sustainability assessments are an essential element of the program. This is actually one of improvements or modifications compared to the previous partnership, BBI, that now the environmental sustainability pillar is much stronger. And in practice, we have a number of projects and topics in the work program dealing with this element. So this is one of them from the first work program 22 on developing and validating monitoring system of environmental sustainability and circularity. This is already, I mean, there is a process of grant preparation of this of a successful proposal here, which in the scope included also evaluation of ILUC risks for bio-based systems, especially concerning bio-based feedstock, as explained. So this was. We are looking forward to see this project starting soon, coming from the first call of CBE program. Now, in the second call, and I think I'm coming to the end of my presentation with this slide. There is an open call now on supporting the capacity of regions in environmental sustainability assessments, because we are aware that the regional authorities and stakeholders are often not able or lacking the capacity to assess these considerations on sustainability and circularity. And then it includes also the use of land for marginal land potentials and limitations. Of course, this is a broader topic, but it covers also of course the indirect land use change. So this topic will also provide support to the authorities in this regard. So this is also about maximizing biodiversity enhancement and restoration, which is an important element, of course, of really matching the industrial biomass provision with a need to, let's say, reconnect with nature and to address the challenges in terms of environment and biodiversity, especially. So so this is coming up still. The call is open will be open until September this year. And with this, I would like to thank you, and I look forward to the meeting. I won't be able to stay for the whole meeting, but because as mentioned, I will need to attend the other event, but as much as possible, I will stay with you today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Great presentation, very interesting to see, very nice call for the future. And do you have any questions from Thomas? I think, Thomas, it was very clear, your presentation. Thank you very much for this presentation. And now we have two more presentations before the coffee break. One is from Berien Elbersen, and the second one is from Haris Georgiadis. And because one presentation is missing in the last session, we have the time to present it as planning, not as planning, but with 20 minutes each at least. So the coffee break will be 10 minutes to 11. So you have at least 20 minutes each. So Berien, if you're ready, you can present. And I will inform about the coffee break, okay?
Yes. So good morning, everybody. I'm here to present some results of 4 projects, starting with MAGIC, the BIKE project, for which we had also a meeting yesterday, the MIDAS project, and the GOLD project. I'll start with the MAGIC project. Oh yeah, that's a bit, yeah. Okay. Yes, so in MAGIC, we mapped the marginal lands. We did that by focusing on the biophysical limitations. So what we did was that we took different factors that determine limitations in agricultural lands. And we clustered these 18 factors into 6 groups. This was really based on a lot of work that was already done by the Joint Research Center with the involvement of different experts from all over Europe to determine the areas of natural constraints. And these areas of natural constraints are areas that are targeted in the Common Agricultural Policy because they have limitations. But we enriched these limitations with other evaluation systems on land capability. And what we also did was that we combined, so you have all these biophysical factors, but of course, in many places in Europe, people have overcome these factors by, for example, applying irrigation or putting a lot of fertilizers on the land. So we try to correct also the resulting map with the information on where we know that efficient intensive agriculture takes place. Where these limitations were compensated, and I'll show that in the map. So I just go through a couple of the group limitations that we use, not all because of time. But this one, of course, adverse climate is a very important limitation, and it can work in different ways. It can either be low precipitation levels, limited water availability, and it can be a short growing season. And so we have combined these. There's also an indicator on low soil fertility, which is determined by acidity and alkalinity, and also low organic matter level. Actually, this low organic matter level was added by us, and it was not in the original GRC factors chosen for areas of natural constraints. It's a complicated matter. I can tell you about organic matter levels. We had a long discussion about it yesterday at our bike meeting, because clear thresholds are not chosen there. And it's very important in relation to the Renewable Energy Directive. And here is, you see in Spain, there is really an example of large areas with low organic carbon. Also, well, it's more in the south. Also here in Greece, you have many places, although not as large as in Spain. And then the poor routing conditions, that is a really big group of limitations. It's determined by the different types of soils, like organic soils, or soils with coarse texture, heavy clays, abrupt textural differences. They all limit the rooting conditions of plants. Stones, coarse fragments, it's also stones deeper. So that's a big group determining a large area. So this is the result. And on the left hand, you see all the biophysical limitations together. And on the right hand, you see the correction for improvements like for irrigation and fertility improvement in areas with high intensive agricultural production. So of course, we left, of course, the areas in that are farming areas that are continuing farming with the limitations that are present. This is also, we also mask our results, of course, according to agricultural lands. That is, we took a quite broad definition of agricultural lands because we combined different years of the Korean land cover, agricultural land cover, so leaving also the option open that there could be a lot of abandoned land still in our area mask. So what does it deliver? Well, we see here the results classified according to environmental zones. And on average, in total in the EU, we mapped 29% as marginal, 29% of the broad agricultural area mask. This relates to 69 million hectares. And so the most common limitation is rooting. And then also adverse climate and excessive soil moisture. And you see that, and there's also, it's also important to mention that these 6 clusters, they're most often appearing in a single situation, not combined with the other factors. So it means that we also clustered it in a correct way. So there is more there are more areas that score on one single cluster, like adverse climate or low fertility, than there are places that have a combination of all these limitations. But of course, the places that have this combination are really very marginal. So what we also did in MAGIC was that we mapped the crop suitability with all the experts in the project, the suitability for different crops. This is on the left hand, you see all the scoring and the type of limitations that apply to biomass sorghum. And the right-hand map is the results classified it according to not suitable, one limiting factor, marginally suitable, and multiple factors are limiting. And then the green is suitable. And we did that for many crops, I think in total, yeah, 20, more than 20. And this is just, yeah, example of the several maps. And what we also did with all the experts in the project was determining the yield reduction effect on yields for the different marginal conditions. And that combination of information was then mapped in our tools. There are different tools. So the MAGIC maps only shows the marginal areas. The MAGIC crops shows a combination of marginal areas with the cropping suitability. And then there's MAGIC decision support where several summaries are made. And then there is also Bio2Match tool, which is about technologies and biomass and how they match. So this is what you will find on the internet. So the MAGIC maps, you can click on any location there, and there you can get an overview of the limiting factors and the area per Lao region. So that's like a very small administrative region. Then there's the MAGIC crops I explained. So it shows the suitable crops that can grow in that location. So you have an overview of the suitability of the crops. Also, again, at the Lao 2 level, so very small administrative level. And it also shows the yield limitation that is expected under marginal conditions in that location. So that's enough for MAGIC. There, Efi will present more about it, I think, later. Then the BIND project. Well, we took the MAGIC results and we built on the MAGIC results, looking again more deeply on the yields in marginal and non-marginal circumstances. So we deepened that information with a review. We tried to also, we found a lot of literature linking the yield performance to different biophysical limitations. And that was also mapped against the environmental zones. And we also developed expectations about yield development in the future towards 2030 for these crops that are suitable to grow in marginal land and for crops that are have the highest TRL level. So what we also did was that we estimated production costs for these crops in marginal and non-marginal conditions, and we looked at where they would become economic given assumptions on a low and higher market price. And this is for oil crops, and the lower part is for lignocellulosic crops. There's deliverables that you can download from the BIKE website to really read the details about that. yeah, then I move to the gold. I'm going quite fast, so sorry for that, but I have to keep to the time. Well, gold is about mapping contaminated lands and phytoremediation options. And here I just show a bit on what we're mapping. So we distinguish between diffuse pollution and point source pollution, and this is really important difference. So diffuse pollution is pollution from a widespread activities, so there's no one discrete source. And the point source information is really more local, so there's a local source. Many of you, of course, know that here because we have many people working on contaminated lands. So, well, we know that according to legal frameworks at national level, soil quality assessments, the soil quality standards are really very, very different per member state. So it doesn't really help very much to map the contaminated lands according to these very diverse levels. You see for cadmium and nickel, the really wide range. So that is that's not a good starting point. So what we did was that we select different protection targets that have relevant critical limits, like for food quality, for water quality, and for ecotoxicology. And what we determine is the critical limit endpoint in the soil, and then try to map that with taking account of the soil properties, because the soil circumstances really determine what the critical limit in the soil can be in relation to these three aspects. And that endpoint is then related to the soil properties, and then we compare the actual level with the critical limit, and then we see how much it is exceeded. Yes, and then based on that, we can develop a remediation a strategy and model how much time it takes to bring it back to a level that is acceptable. So this is an example of a zinc content in soil. So we extrapolated the data from the point source data, and this it's not Lucas data that we show here, but other data, and then calculate the critical concentrations, and then see how far it is exceeding the critical limit. This is in relation to ecotoxicology. There is, I stop here because we have two presentations at the UBCE about this mapping, about the diffuse and about the point source mapping. So then on MIDAS, it's my last slide. Well, MIDAS really builds on MAGIC. We want to increase the understanding of the actual and future marginal land conditions. For this, we will again build a spatial marginal land classification and information system. And what we will look at is specifically how it will develop in relation to climate change effects and expectations on land abandonment and land degradation. So we will take into account and try to spatially investigate what current and future soil erosion will be on these lands, and also the water stress conditions. And that's, of course, strongly related to climate change effects, but also a lot of attention will go to biodiversity challenges. So the aim is that we want to really understand what the ecosystem services are that are in these places and the biodiversity, and to understand how these two combine, these marginal lands and the biodiversity values, and how they can be combined to create co-benefits. So that is the real focus in relation to the spatial assessment work. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Berien. You keep the time, although it was very challenging to combine 4 projects in one presentation. Thank you very much also for the participation in all the projects and the great work. So any questions from Berien? Not yet. So we will move to the next presentation, and I would like to invite the coordinator of main project, Elias Georgiadis from Aristotelian University, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Efi. Thank you. I'm Georgiadis. I'm an associate professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Okay. I'm going to present you an overview of the MAIL project. MAIL project name is Identifying Marginal Lands in Europe and Strengthening their Contribution Potential in a CO2 Sequestration Strategy. It was a Marie Curie Skłodowska Research and Innovation Staff Exchange. It lasted for 3 years and started in 2019. So the partners were the Aristotle University, UHOH, which is a company, an SME related to forestry, the University of Valencia, IABG, which is a large company from Germany specializing in remote sensing and spatial information science. The same goes from CBK, which is the Polish Space Agency, and CERESiS, which is a mix of foresters and GIS specialists. So our goal was to advance knowledge on marginal lands and enhance the connection between academia and industry. And our final goal was to provide hands-on experience for early-stage researchers and experienced researchers. What was the problem? It was basically the COVID pandemic, because after the first year of the project, we started having problems with travel, with working or cooperating, because each partner had their own restrictions for a job. So we have financing risk and manages the risk, because everything was fluid and inflexible, and there was not an official regulatory framework by the European Commission. So what we would do was ask our project officer, and the only input we'd get was that it was case-by-case examination. So no specific rules were in place in order to be able to tackle the problems. And the major problem with the RISE project, it was the exchange had to happen. So there was no teleworking. Everybody had to travel to another country. So what we did is we finally decided to give the battle, and we took all the risk, all the precautions, and we basically managed to do everything on time. We didn't get any extension. We didn't stop the project. So we produced all deliverables. We realized all the person months. We have 37 secondaries, and most of them were early-stage researchers, and the gender balance was 40 to 60 between females and males. So here are the project objectives. Basically, we want to define the parameters in order to describe what is a marginal land. And then in order to be able to estimate the marginal lands, we have to find the proper base maps. We have to implement the data processing workflows in order to not only map, but also monitor the marginal lands. And it had to be done in a way that we will be able to handle big data, because it will be a project that covers the whole European Union. The other thing was to find a way to quantify the potential CO2 sequestration capacity and how we can sustainably use the marginal lands under the price of LULUCF. So we have to come up with alternative proposals of different species that they can be used for CO2 storage. We also wanted to create a knowledge base and a virtual web classroom, and also establish a permanent working team between remote sensing and forestry experts, focusing on the management of marginal lands. So here is the structure. We have the work package 2, which was the core work package where all the research was done. Work package 3 was focused on the production of training and state-of-the-art practices. Work package 4 was the pilot cases, 5 was the technical and financial feasibility studies, and also we have the system prototype and demonstration. And of course, dissemination and awareness. So here we can see the work package, the leaders, and the distribution of person months per partner and per work package. So work package 2 has basically 4 different sections. The first one is preparation. So we have to define the marginal land in the concept of using them as carbon sinks. And then the second stage was based on that to collect all the existing European or global data sets. The second one is how we can detect marginal land. So we have to develop a methodology to perform a validation and accuracy assessment. And also we have another task for augmenting that precision. So the first one was based basically on using available data sets. So it was a GIS approach. We have all these data sets, all these databases, and we can try to apply some thresholds and some different combinations in order to be able to detect marginal lands. The augmented precision was basically realized by processing time series of sentinel imagery in order to be able to define where is a marginal land based on examining the evolution of vegetation in that land. The carbon sequestration biomass estimations has 3 different tasks. One was to create or adapt existing models in order to be able to predict carbon sequestration, to estimate biomass volumes at low productivity marginal lands by using sentinel images, and also to classify all these marginal lands in different carbon sequestration capacity groups. And the combination and the integration of all these results lead to the development of a web application for marginal land management and a web page and virtual classrooms for a massive online open course. Work package 3 basically had as a goal to create this massive online open course for the advanced techniques of marginal land mapping and monitor, and organizes a series of seminars and international scientific events, and produce some of the algorithms that were used in the application. Work package 4 basically created case studies in order to see the developed technology. So we had one case study focusing on the open source platform and free satellite data that can be used to map and monitor marginal lands, the quantification of carbon sequestration capacity, how we can estimate carbon stock in forest projects, and also change detection and mapping in forest marginal lands. Work package 5 has to do with monitor marginal lands and also assessing the sustainability development, taking in mind both financial, social, and technical aspects, and also to examine the potentialities of the stock exchange markets for carbon transactions and the proposed policies, and also create a portfolio of success stories. So here we can go to some of the developed applications. Here we can see an application regarding the marginal land. So this is, the user can access 3 different maps that we produced for land marginality. The marginality was classified in 3 different classes. The user also has the ability to play with the different factors that we created for this in order to create the marginal land. So we can give the user the ability to play with the different indicators and change the thresholds, and also change the way that on how we created the 3 different classes and create online customized maps. Also, here we can see that we can basically choose an area, and by selecting different type of trees that can be used for carbon sequestration to compute, to estimate the carbon that can be, or potentially predict that can be potentially stored in these carbon sinks. And here we can see an estimation of prediction of the carbon that can be stored in different places based on the different planting techniques. Also, we created a massive online open course, and this has different chapters. One is for the definition and how we can describe marginal lands, how we can identify and classify them, how we can estimate the biomass using remote sensing, carbon storage and accounting, and also provide a manual for the use of the Google Explorer-based platform for marginal land management. So here we can see the achievements. We have an 84% of early stage researchers. We have a distribution about 40% female and 60% male. And the secondments, the exchanges were between the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and IABG, because the exchanges had to be between academic and non-academic organizations. Also, AUTH, their researchers went to Spain and Poland. UPV traveled to Germany and Greece. People from IHB traveled all over the place. So you can see the difficulty that the pandemic caused in the restrictions on traveling for the consortium. And we have different followers and unique visitations. Also, we created a YouTube channel with more testimonials from each secondment, and also some videos from the workshops and all the events that were organized. We can see some of the publications that were made during the course of the project. And also, this is dedicated to the young researchers and their commitment to producing all these results. So now I'm going to show you a small video with captions from the different researchers and while they work in the project. So you can see a lot of people traveling to a lot of places dedicated to produce and create all these applications.
My name is My name is Andrea Salimbeni.
So thank you for your attention and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the great presentation. I would like to thank you all in the first session for keeping the time, although we started late. It was great. We have only 5 minutes late, only. It's in progress. So any questions for the last presentations? I don't see any, but we will discuss it in the after. How we can see that?
Already, and it's from Zoltan about which crops and what methods were used for the carbon sequestration.
Where were not used crops, it was basically the main concept was to create forest. So it was a reforestation and afforestation process. So depending, most of the pilots were made in Mediterranean, so it was trees that basically grow in the Mediterranean region. It was pine and different kinds of pine, so it was that kind of forests. I mean, they can access their website, so all the public deliverables are there, and also in Zenodo, and also they can access the portal through our website, so it's open and everybody can go there and play with it.
Okay, thank you very much again. So now we can have a 15 minutes break, 15 to 20 minutes break, and let's be back 5 minutes past 11. Okay, 17 minutes break. Thank you very much for the first session. So please come inside, because the people that are online, they're waiting for us. So in this session, we're going to see 7 projects together. So in 2 presentations, you will see 2, and we will try to be as quick as possible to present 2 projects in one presentation. The first one, it will be for bike project. Bike project is the project organized this event, and we had the meeting yesterday, and I would like to invite Andrea Salimbeni to give an overview of bike. So Andrea.
Arrows. Okay. Good morning. My name is Andrea Salimbeni. I'm coordinator of Bike Project. I said I want to be quick, but I'm not sure I will be, because I'm trying to summarize the whole content of Bike Project, which embraces a lot of aspects about biofuels production and opportunities in Europe. So first of all, the main objectives of the project. I mean, we have the focus is to facilitate the market uptake and assess the potential and also the barriers that are hindering the development of this sector and of, in general, the low-ILUC risk biofuels market in Europe. At the same time, we want to assess the sustainability and the feasibility of real existing case studies for biofuels production. First of all, some figures about biofuels in Europe and the contribution, which is quite poor nowadays, of low-ILUC risk biofuels. We have identified refineries, wide range of refineries, as you can see in this map. We have tried to cross different sources to identify a number of biodiesel plants, so the first generation biodiesel, so the conventional biodiesel plants, like 170. They dominate the market together with the biogas plants, even if biogas plants are mainly for electricity to date. We have around 18,900 biogas plants producing electricity and 725 producing biomethane nowadays, data of European Biogas Association in 2020. The poorest number is concerning the second generation bioethanol plants. We have around 5. 55 is the number of first generation bioethanol plants, but these are mainly small scale first generation bioethanol plants and alcohol producing plants. Some data about the energy content and the volumes produced. The biodiesel is now, as said before, dominating the biofuels market in Europe with about 12 billion liters per year, with the HVO growing quite quickly and standing at about 3.5 billion liters nowadays. Most of the feedstock used are not advanced, no low-ILUC, rapeseed, palm oil, soybean, and sunflower, not considered low-ILUC, not because of what they are, but because how they are cultivated. Because it's not a matter of how what is the feedstock I use, but how I produce it. Without additionality, it's not low-ILUC. There is an advanced part B, which is strongly contributing to UCO mainly. So the used cooking oil is the dominating feedstock for biodiesel and HVO production in terms of low-ILUC risk. The rest is not low-ILUC, not advanced. About the bioethanol, the market is quite a niche market, we can say. The second generation bioethanol is producing about 50 million liters, so 50,000 cubic meters. Really not that much. First generation bioethanol is quite more advanced in terms of market development, but as we said, it is not considered an advanced biofuel. So the advanced biofuel feedstock that are produced biofuels are like 1% of the total. Interesting data is about biogas and biomethane, which is quite growing very quickly. And we can say that now the energy content of biogas produced in Europe is comparable to the bioethanol one. But it is quite interesting data, I think. Of course, about 85% is not for transport, and 50% is the biomethane produced for transport. Very quick updates on the policy, because bike projects, of course, also assess the policy framework. I'm not the expert on policy, so I will just summarize what are the key publication, communications, and regulation addressing the topic, which are taken in account for our assessment. Summarizing slides about the Renewable Energy Directive and the Part A and Part B of Annex 9 that are listing the feedstock that can be considered for advanced biofuels production, so not only low-ILUC, but advanced in general. As we know, the target is ambitious. In the first stage, the first phase of the Renewable Energy Directives, these were the feedstock considered for advanced biofuels production. Then there was contemporary to the BIKE project, because BIKE project started in September 2020, and the first Commission delegated regulation is 2019 about the supplementing directive of the Renewable Energy Directive 2018. And it was about the determination of high indirect land use change risk feedstock. In these documents, we find the certification systems for low-ILUC risk biofuels and feedstocks, and of course the determination methods for high indirect land use change risk feedstock. So quite relevant for the topic that we are discussing. Then going quickly, there is the Commission implementing regulation of 2022 about the greenhouse gas emission saving criteria and the low indirect land use change criteria to be considered for the rules to be presented and followed about low-ILUC risk implementation and assessment. And then the last, which was the consultation published for the production of the Commission delegated directive amending the Annex 9. In this consultation, new feedstock have been discussed and proposed. As far as we have downloaded by the website, these are the feedstock that should be amending the Part A. The one of real interest for us is the non-food crops grown on severely degraded land, not suitable for food and feed crops. And then the one listed in to amend the Part B. In this, we find the catch crops, cover crops grown in areas where, due to a short vegetation period, production of food and feed crops is limited to one harvest, and so the cultivation of a feedstock does not trigger the demand for additional land. Of course, in BIKE, we are focusing on these that are highlighted in bold: the intermediate cover and catch crop, and the crops cultivated in unused, abandoned, and severely degraded land. That is our target. So on the basis of what is considered and what we know about how low-ILUC risk feedstocks can be categorized, we have also performed a set of activities. That start from the identification of case studies and sustainable cropping system. As said, summarizing, the sustainable practices that are addressed by BIKE are not all. We mainly focus on case studies and value chain where feedstocks are produced as cover crop and in crop rotation, often combined, and by cultivating in unused, abandoned, and severely degraded lands. So these are the practices addressed, mainly addressed by BIKE activities. An interesting activity and job was done by Work Package 2 of BIKE project in assessing the potential yield increase due to the sustainable agricultural practices like intercropping, cover cropping, and cultivation in severely degraded land. In Work Package 2, these are two tables presenting the results: yield increases for from sustainable practices in three different climate conditions: Mediterranean, continental, and boreal, and Atlantic. Of course, the estimation criteria and the baseline is reported in an article which is published. So if you want, if you are interested, you can ask me, and we will be pleased to give you the link to the article published in 2022, last year in April. About the activity on the case studies. BIKE identified two value chains. One, cultivation, as said, in unused, abandoned, and severely degraded land, which includes castor oil for hydrogenated vegetable oil production, and perennial crops of course, cultivated in unused land for bioethanol production. The second value chain is not on cultivation in unused land, but it is on productivity increase by cover cropping mainly, and it involves two case studies. the cultivation of Brassica carinata as cover crop, winter or summer crop for HVO production, and the biogas done right model for low-ILUC risk biomethane production and the upgrading of biomethane to a bioliquid. These are the 4 case studies and the leading partners that are coordinating these case studies. We have 2 companies, ENI, that is responsible for the case study on castor oil to be produced by cultivating the castor in degraded lands, marginal land, unused, abandoned land. The case study 2 on perennial crops cultivation for second generation bioethanol, led by Richard. The third is on Brassica carinata, cultivated as cover crop in Uruguay by UPM, and case studies are assessed also in Italy and Greece. And then the biogas rights model, mainly existing in Italy, but also practiced in other countries, even if at a less developed level. On these case studies, we have performed a certification activity, at least ISCC system, which is a certification system about the implementation and certification of sustainable deforestation-free cultivations, developed a dedicated certification system and methodology for low-ILUC risk feedstock on the basis of what ISCC developed. 4 pilot audits have been performed. One in Kenya at ENI facilities where castor is currently cultivated and upgraded to vegetable oil. In Italy, at a farm in Calabria, which is producing biomethane, actually biogas, in a low-ILUC risk mode, following the biogas right methodology. Then the audit in UK at the Miscanthus Nursery Limited in about 120 hectares farm producing Miscanthus. And then in Uruguay, where UPM has its cultivation on Brassica carinata. The pilot audits have been performed last year and concluded last year. Of course, there are pilot audits where the first the developed system and certification system has been tested. After the certification activity and contemporary to it, we have also started working on assessing the replicability of these case studies. So these case studies are something like the first of their kind. The target is to replicate them and to assess if they can be replicable in Europe, considering a set of limiting factors. The amount of hectares available and the amount of unused land available, the distance from refineries, and also the feasibility, the economic feasibility of the whole process. So the replication potential was estimated and calculated based on a modeling activity which taken data from the case studies, the literature about the cultivation, the yield of these crops in determined condition, and then implementing the data in maps that can enable to determine what are the most closest refineries where to bring the material once it is produced, and if the quantity is enough to have a commercial reliability of the proposed solution. So these are the main activity. This activity is ongoing, and we are going probably to publish in a report in about 1-2 months. Finally, the FAO partner of BIC is taking care about the sustainability assessment of the case studies, because of course sustainability is the key, and the activity is not easy due sometimes to the fact that these value chains are new, but specific indicators have been developed and identified to assess the sustainability of all the case studies identified. Concluding, we are aware about the potential, the theoretical potential. Studies say that the advanced biofuels will contribute to more than 17% to the whole transportation fuels in Europe in 2050, with advanced biofuels prevailing by 2040. It is feasible, but still there is quite a lot to do. There is a great potential, for example, of biomethane. About 30 billion cubic meters could be produced by anaerobic digestion already in 2030 if we upgrade the plants that we have, of which 8 billion could be produced in Europe by low-ILUC risk biomethane produced from cover crops. So these are promising data, and we count on them. However, there are some aspects that must be solved. The first is that there is sometimes a lack of clear definition of indicators and identification of the parameters that are needed to certify and assess the sustainability of the case studies, so that farmers and producers can be aware and sure about the initiatives they want to promote, so that they know that what the initiative will be low-ILUC, and they know how to do it. The last point it is that probably to ensure that the development of this sector, it will be a safe development. It will be not enough to avoid the competition with food and feeds, but we should see the biofuels and bioenergy sector as a contribution to the soil restoration and a contribution to improve the sustainability of the food and feed production sector. That is also something that must be always taken into account so that the development will be safe in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Great presentation. I think that we have one question on the chat.
Where?
Question and
Yes.
answer.
Marco, the challenges and barriers for these certified value chains towards the division of food.
Yeah, it's quite the bike project question. I mean, we have discussed widely yesterday and in the last months, as probably the key challenge is to give the stakeholders a clear overview of not only of the potential of this sector, but of the condition that a farming practice should have to be certified and recognized as low-ILUC risk. In particular, we have focused on what the regulation is mentioning, at least the consultation is proposing, to count the severely degraded land as land where the cultivation can be considered as low-ILUC. However, to define a soil as severely degraded, a set of indicators must be identified, and so far there is still an open discussion on this point.
Do you have any more questions? So thank you very much, Andrea. And I would like to invite Andreas Kiesel from Hohenheim University. Andreas has coordinated the project CRES. It's a BBI's project. I think, Andrea, you closed the project.
Yeah, we just closed it.
Okay.
We just finished the fourth periodic reporting like 2 weeks ago.
So it's the most proper time to see the main findings of this great project, because in this project they work a lot on miscanthus and hemp and the value chain. So Andrea, the floor is yours.
Hey. Oops. Yeah, hi. Thanks, Efi, for organizing this nice workshop and for inviting me and giving me the chance to present at least some results of the CRES project. I think I will not be able to present all of them due to lack of time and because GRACE was a rather big project. Yeah, let's move on straight forward. So I just put this slide here to show that this is really the GRACE project is really a huge team effort, as many other projects as well. Okay. So we had in total 21 partners, and I just put all the names of all involved persons here to show that. So what has been the objective of the GRACE project? Basically, GRACE started to demonstrate 10 bio-based value chains at an industry-relevant scale, starting from the crop production, as you can see on your left side, working with miscanthus and hemp on marginal, contaminated, and abandoned land, all the way through until final bio-based products, which are then shown on the right side. We mainly focused on the crop production. We as university, myself, let's say, and other partners from the university, while a lot of the demonstration at the industry relevant scale, as you can see, has been done by our industry partners. Yeah, in today's presentation, I will focus mainly on miscanthus crop production and also give you some updates about the achievements of our industrial partners. And for sure, all the value chains has been assessed for environmental, social, and economic sustainability. This is a photo of our field trial, and you can see we have done different field trials at different scales and all across Europe. So in the lower left part, you can see our plot scale trials where we test different novel miscanthus hybrids. And in the center of the photo, you can see we have done also some upscaling trials with different hybrids to demonstrate that we can also produce miscanthus on marginal and let's say more challenging land in a larger scale. So having a closer look into the plot scale trial, you can see we have tested 14 novel hybrids. They originate from 2 breeding programs. So we have the orange ones, which are the Sinensis hybrids. They all originate from Wageningen breeding program. They are all seed-based hybrids, so propagated via seeds. Then we have the green one, which is the control Miscanthus giganteus, and the yellow ones, which are the Saxin, the Sacchariflorus sinensis hybrids, which originate from the Aberystwyth breeding program, and 4 of those 5 are also seed-based. And the seed-based is really a key criteria for us because seed-based propagation allows much higher multiplication factors compared to in vitro or rhizome, especially rhizome propagation. So if we talk about upscaling of miscanthus cultivation, then the seed-based is a key trait basically. So these are the accumulated yields across our 6 plot scale trial locations across Europe. I'm not going into detail about that. Just want to give you some few inputs about that. Very generally speaking, what we have seen is that the Sinensis hybrids perform better in more northern locations, like you can see in the Wales location over there, and also at our location in southwest Germany. And especially in our location, the Saxon hybrids were struggling a lot with late frosts because we had a very elevated location with 700 meters above sea level. So this was not good for the Saxon hybrids. While they perform much better in the southern locations, like you can see in Italy. But as you can also see, the green ones in Amsterdam and also in southwest Germany. So Giganteus is still a very high yielding and competitive clone, which is not easy to beat. But as you can see, it's not performing as good on the marginal lands as you would expect on the better land. Some more info about the yield development across those 4 years, which we have monitored within the GRACE project. So you can see the generally increasing yield, what's quite normal and expected for miscanthus in the first few years. What you also can see in year 4, we would have expected a further increase, but actually we have seen in many locations more a decline compared to year 3, which is due to the very challenging weather conditions again in 2022, especially heavy drought in Italy, and late frost and drought also in Germany. So we will see what's going on this year. So we continue all of those trials, which is also very important for us to keep them going, because actually after 4 years we cannot really say anything about long-term productivity with such a perennial crop. And the harvest of those trials has just been completed in the last 1-2 weeks, let's say. And I will have a presentation at the European Biomass Conference, and I will present then the yields also, including this the harvest this year. If you're interested in the crop production of miscanthus, we have published several papers. So Danny has published an overview paper about all the results of the PS trial. My colleague Elena has published 2 more papers, and all those papers were leading to a modeling approach where Anita has created so-called opportunity maps showing the yield potential on marginal land across Europe. And thank you, Berien, for providing the MAGIC maps. So they have been used as one layer in this modeling approach. They are all published online, meanwhile, in GCB Bioenergy in our special issue, which has been organized and performed together with the MAGIC project, and you can find them there. Few more words about crop production with miscanthus. If we are working on marginal lands, the main challenge is really the costs in the end, or the economic viability, because on the marginal lands we have at least similar but often higher costs, because maybe we need higher planting density, additional management issues, and we generally have a lower yield compared to the high or better land areas, which makes the economic viability a little bit more challenging, let's say. So in the CRES project, the idea was to work with the seed-based hybrids to overcome that bottleneck. There are still some research and development needs to be done. And one other aspect to especially ensure the establishment on such challenging lands using the seed-based plantlets was using a degradable mulch film, which is put on top of the newly planted plants to ensure establishment and reduce plant losses during establishment. So this is for sure adding higher costs to the establishment, but on the other hand, you can speed up the establishment process and also reduce the plant losses. If you're interested in this technology, there's also a nice paper of Chris, also published in GCB Bioenergy, where he's analyzing the potentials of the mulch film application. Some more work related to soil health aspects, which has been done close to the end of the CRES project, but for sure is more work in progress. It's also being done in another project focusing on contaminated lands, or establishment of miscanthus on contaminated land, Miscoma Plus. So we have taken soil samples and analyzed the carbon sequestration potential. So you can see here some photos of some soil samples. So these are the nicer ones, let's say. We also have many areas in the field where we have more shallow soil with only 30 centimeters soil depth and so on. For all these aspects regarding soil health, for sure a project of, even if CRES was a 5.5 years project in total, is in the end too short to say anything about it, because as you know, soil processes are really slow. So we need further long-term monitoring of those field trials to say more about carbon sequestration potentials, for example, of the different hybrids and so on. And also about nutrient removal of the different hybrids, because they are different in ripening and different in nutrient relocation processes. So for some hybrids, you maybe have a little bit higher nutrient offtake, for some a little bit less. So we need to see how this affects then on the long term the soil nutrient status, but also the soil organic carbon status. Okay, so far about crop production. Now we are changing towards the end of the value chain. So what has been done in the industrial application, in the demonstration of the bio-based value chains, we have done quite many different things. So I just give you a very brief overview about some of them. Basically, we can split the application into two areas. So we had the chemicals, basically platform chemicals, which can be used for bio-based plastic, for example, but also for other applications. And we have the material applications, which I will show you in a minute. So for the chemicals, our partner Novamont is working in the area of producing bio-based biodegradable plastics based on butanediol. They also did some demonstration in GRACE to produce the butanediol from so-called 2G sugars, so lignocellulosic sugars, basically hydrolyzed miscanthus biomass, and to apply such bio-based and biodegradable polymers, like you can see as mulch films on agricultural crops. Also, tests were done using such mulch films on miscanthus establishment, because so far, as you can see in the center, the Sumco film is polyethylene based, so there are doubts about pollution of the soil with microplastic. So for sure, a biodegradable, really biodegradable plastic film would be much better, and Novamont has developed that, and together with our partner TerraVesta successfully applied that. And meanwhile, this is really rapidly growing, so they are replacing the polyethylene film in this sector. They also applied miscanthus fibers in bio-based composites, so this is now really 100% bio-based composite planting pots, as you can see, and did a lot of tests, especially focusing and ensuring the biodegradability of the polymer and also of the composites. Our partner INA did a demonstration about producing bioethanol from miscanthus biomass. They have demonstrated that together with Clariant. We also did some tests together with Accents. In the end, very successfully, it was shown that the technology is feasible to convert miscanthus into bioethanol. For sure, there's still some optimization potential. But the most important finding was that we can really reduce the carbon footprint of the bioethanol, especially if we use the off gases from the bioethanol fermentation and store them in expired oil wells. Then you can see we can even achieve negative emission factor for the bioethanol, which means we store more carbon dioxide in the soil or in the underground than we emit to the atmosphere by producing the bioethanol, which is really an important finding. Colleagues from my university and our biochem, they did a demonstration on producing HMF. HMF is from miscanthus. HMF is a platform chemical which can be used as a feedstock for bioplastic production, but which can be also used for resin production, and the resin can then be used as a binder, for example, in furniture industries. And especially this binder application is receiving a high interest of the industry. Why? Because at the moment, still a lot of binders are containing formaldehyde, and formaldehyde is really a toxic and cancerous and difficult substance, let's say. So there's high interest to replace formaldehyde by such a formaldehyde-free bio-based binder, which can be produced out of HMF. So they have even gone a little bit further and produced such binders, and also applied this binder to produce some miscanthus fiber boards, as you can see here. So this worked pretty well. For sure, there needs also be more optimization be done to optimize such panels, because always the combination of the resin and the fibers is needs to be optimized in the end for certain applications, depending on the density of the panel and so on and so on. But that was really interesting, and as I said, it's receiving a high interest, this binder from all kind of wood and furniture industry. Our another partner, Adiplast Group. Now we are shifting the view from chemicals towards material applications. So Adiplast is working in the production of natural fiber reinforced polypropylene composites, and they developed within the CRES projects 2 new materials, as you can see here. For the automotive sector, they are both listed in the so-called automotive panel, so they can be applied now in new cars. And Adiplast's target is to equip at least 1 or 2 car models this year with dashboard elements made from this new composite material. For them, the key advantage and why the automotive industry is really interested in this new material is shown here. It's also the CO2 or the carbon mitigation potential compared to the conventional glass fiber composite material, which is between 20 and 25%. Adiplast also did some further testing to develop this material for further applications. So this is shown on the left. The upper one is, for example, a smartphone case, which you can see is still rather flexible and containing, in this case, 20% miscanthus fibers. Another partner working also in the building material sector is MOGU. They produce mycelium-based panels, in first instance for sound absorption panels in interior design, but meanwhile also for insulation, interior insulation applications. So basically, the fungi is growing on the biomass, and at a certain moment it stopped, and then you have a completely bio-based, free of chemicals panel for interior design. They have launched now multiple products on the market, and you can find them easily online meanwhile. And if you're interested, they are certainly happy to send you samples. They have found that if they add miscanthus fibers at a certain moment of their process, this can improve the performance of their product, which was an important finding for them. And we have also worked together with them and made a hotspot analysis in terms of environmental sustainability, and found out because they need a lot of energy to sterilize and to grow their fungi on the biomass. So this is really the key driver for the emissions in their process. So if they shift from let's say market electricity to PV electricity, they can achieve a large CO2 reduction potential, and they are now also considering that and working on that. Miscanthus Group is working in the application of miscanthus fibers or miscanthus fragments in the concrete industry. They have also, meanwhile, together with concrete companies, launched several products. One is shown here. This is the so-called Strukton green silence wall. So miscanthus is added to this concrete mixture. Actually, 1 cubic meter of miscanthus is added into 1 cubic meter of concrete. And improve this very, as you can see, open structure is improving the performance of this noise insulation wall, let's say, very, very good. And these are built along railroads or highways to protect people nearby from the noise pollution. And especially the concrete or the building sector in the Netherlands is receiving a high interest in miscanthus, because there is quite some national regulation in place which facilitates to reduce the impact of the building sector. And one way to reduce the impact is to add biomass and to replace like other materials like concrete in the building sector. And that's what we also have found for their application. So the hotspot analysis is showing that the Portland cement is really the key driver for the emissions. And if you can replace, if you can replace that by adding miscanthus fibers, that is improving your environmental performance a lot. Last but not least, our partner in Germany, Uwe Kühn, has developed a fractionation plant with the idea to use the pith material inside the miscanthus as for insulation purposes. And with this fractionation plant, he's able to separate the miscanthus chips, which are coming from the field after chipping it, into several fractions of a defined quality, so of a defined particle size. And this has proved to be very important for any material application, because actually the industry needs really a defined particle size to be able to process miscanthus into such products. So you can see there are many different fractions which can be produced, and he can shift a little bit between those fractions, but in the end, he's producing always a lot of fractions, and that's also the key challenge for him. He also needs to make sure that all the fractions find a market to avoid that one fraction is piling up at his plant. And this is a very nice example of the very fine fraction. What you can see here is a 3D printing of fine miscanthus particles, and this 3D printing is used for sustainable theater. So all the in German Stuck, I don't know the English word, sorry, on the right side is made of miscanthus, used a 3D printer. The nice thing is after that you can use it again for the next 3D printing. So this is really, from my point of view, a nice example, nice application. We also did an overall sustainability analysis, and we're comparing different relative climate change mitigation potentials. So what we have found for the relative climate change mitigation potential, so how many percent we can reduce the CO2 emissions, that really depends on the comparator. As you can see here, for example, on the left side for the bioethanol, so the point you can see up to almost 140% reduction compared to gasoline. But if we keep in mind that biomass is maybe scarce and we do not have enough land to do everything, we also need to think about how much can be done per hectare. And then you can see the material applications. So these are the columns. The material applications provide much higher CO2 mitigation potential if we consider it per hectare. But for sure, also for the material applications, we need a high market uptake, and we need to develop also this sector. Yeah, I think in terms of time, I'll leave you with those remarks and just make one remark about the GCB special issue, which was joined with the MAGIC project, and you can find that online with very interesting papers, and a lot of our results are published there. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention. Open to questions.
Thank you very much, Andreas. A great presentation, very interesting, and we saw many different applications for miscanthus. I saw that we have 2 questions on the chat. Maybe it was from the previous presentation. Do we have something there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, there is one from Marco Francescini. I think it refers to the previous presentation. Maybe I was we can for the final discussion.
Okay. And do we have something online for Andreas?
No.
No. So the audience here, the physical participants, okay, one question from Peter.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting project. One question. Regarding one of the last slides where you mentioned 140% CO2 reduction for biofuels in comparison to a fossil reference. How was this calculated? Did you use the R&D methodology, which is in place for the biofuels market, or was it an
LCA study, yeah. I'm not sure if now the online participants heard the question. So the question was which methodology we used, RED or LCA, and was the LCA method.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Any more questions? No, so we will move to the next presentation. I will try to present briefly two projects. The first one, it will be MAGIC that just completed a year ago. And the second one, it will be MIDAS.
Take this opportunity to say hello to all the online participants. There is around 70 participants in this moment online from different places across Europe. Names of good old friends and new names. So thank you for being here. You can submit your questions in the question and answer panel.
Okay. So I will try briefly to present MAGIC. What is the challenge with MAGIC? It was a big project, so it's very difficult to present it. And more or less, I will give you just the idea that more information can be found in the website, that we have a lot of deliverables. So MAGIC, it was started in 2017. It was a project of 25 partners, 6 million research project. You can see here the website that is active. And what is very important on this project, we work in a large variety of industrial crops, starting from 67 in total. And we have in the website 4 very interesting tools that I think it's worth it. Just the layout of the project, we have many horizontal work packages like the database, like the mapping that it was done by Berien, by University, integrated assessment, best practice and policy recommendation, and we work on specific case studies on breeding, on crops, and harvesting trials. So the MAGIC idea, it was to explore, we have a problem that is the marginal land, and we want this problem to be an opportunity if we cultivate it properly with industrial crops. So in work package 1, we select the best perform industrial crops, and we working on them on a database. We map the marginal land. We work on improved breeding lines, and finally we did a lot of trials, both pods and large trials, and also existing trials long term, and we did several tools for supply and logistics. As Berien presented earlier, and you saw step by step how Berien estimated the marginal land, just present here that totally, if you put all together the marginal factors, the marginal land facing natural constraints, we add up to that this area is 28%. Berien already said, okay, this is the marginal area, but for sure it's not uncultivated. And what is Berien trying to do also in MIDAS is to understand the use, because it's not easy to understand how much of this area is being used or not. But this area is marginal and has at least one of the factors presented. So how the selection we start? In the work package 1 that we had to develop the database, or the expert proposed a list of 67 crops. So in the first meeting, we start for this list, and we try to select those that the University of Bologna develop in a database. So from 67, we end up to 37 crops. For these crops, you can visit in the website, in the tools, click on the database, and you can find information. But then we had to run the field trials and to select the top. Initially, we thought top 15 crops that we can do and we can go to the fields. But in reality, we found more crops. So we select 20 crops that fit to European partners, because keep in mind that the MAGIC covered all the climatic zones of Europe. So it was difficult to find the same one crop fits everywhere. And which were these 20 crops that we selected? We group it in 3 groups. The oilseeds, you can see which crops were included in this oilseed group. It was camelina, cranberry, castor bean, carinata, safflower, lupin, cardoon, pennygrass. We have lignocellulosic, and here we have the perennial grasses like miscanthus presented before, but we have also hemp, that is a bast fiber crop, annual crop, and also we have woody crops like willow, poplar, Siberian elm. And finally, we have carbohydrate that can be sweet sorghum or lupin. Keep in mind that for lupin, there was a big project in Europe. I think it was a BBI LIP Bio project, where they grow lupin in marginal land for numerous applications. Let's go to the trials. Why the partners were selected? Because all of them, they had long-term trials and long-term experience. So one of the actions, one of the pillars of the project was the experience of the partners that come from our previous project. So we had to continue long-term trials on perennial grasses or woody species, to establish new field trials for the 20 selected. We have each partner to select up to 5 crops from the 20 selected. And for heavy metals, we went to pot trials, and Eleni Papazoglou from Agricultural University of Athens did this pot analysis. Here you can see how these 20 crops are suitable according to the area that was each partner. You can see that with the ones in orange or brown color fit everywhere in Europe. This is an asset because you see that the crops like camelina or miscanthus can find everywhere. So it was an increasing interest from all the partners to do trials on these crops. And here is the long-term trials that the partners had and continue in MIDAS, in MAGIC, sorry. And this was a great asset because at the end, with CRES Project, we managed to prepare articles for this special issue because they had the ability to collect a lot of data and present them. And moreover, some of these articles was not possible to finish by the submission of this special issue, and still working as a team to prepare additional articles. So what we saw in MAGIC, the majority of the partners love miscanthus. So for miscanthus, we had almost every partner, they had a trial. And you can see here that according to the marginality factor, the yields varied a lot. So in red, the yields were too low. We had light green and different greens, and we have some cases that the yields were too high because the marginality, it was an issue that didn't affect a lot the yields of miscanthus. So the yields varied a lot. I mentioned here CRES Project because for us is the key project that was active for miscanthus. Moreover, we had some case studies for switchgrass, but for switchgrass, as I mentioned, for switchgrass, the great problem is to find now seeds in Europe. It was easier, let's say 5 or 10 years ago, but nowadays it's not an easy issue, although the establishment of miscanthus look easier compared to switchgrass compared to miscanthus, but the availability of seeds is a problem. And of course, the majority of the partners love again camelina. So what we discovered in MAGIC, Everybody loved miscanthus, camelina, and the third crop was hemp. This was the top 3 crops that the partners did a lot of trials and collected very important material. And we can say that after 5 years of growing, we have a lot of knowledge what can be the yields when you grow on marginal land. Just an example also for hemp, this graph is from Hohenheim University that participated in the project. And moreover, in MAGIC, we developed 9 value chains. We select crop, conversion, main products. And if you go to the website, you can find all the sustainability assessment, the socioeconomic analysis, the cost analysis is built on these 9 value chains. Now, all the deliverables are on site. They're available also in Georgiadou, and you can download and study more. The tools. If you go to the website of MAGIC in the first page, if you go down, you can find these 4 boxes. The first is the MAGIC maps developed by Berien, by Thessaloniki University, but I think Berien was with the help of EASA, always. All the tools, it was, except the last one that it was from BDG. Yeah. So the 3 tools that you try in MIDAS also to improve in terms to be more fast because they have a lot of data. It is with the help of EASA. EASA was one of the partners of MAGIC, and you can find the MAGIC maps, the MAGIC crops, it's the suitability, and the third is the MAGIC decision support system. All of them, sometimes if you click on them, you will see that it's slow, and we try to improve this problem. The fourth is an idea came from S2 Biome project, where we trying to upgrade it and connect the crops and the end use. So according to the end use, we try to see which is the most appropriate crop. This was from MAGIC. For more information, you can visit the website, and I will try to go to the next. How can I go to the next, to MIDAS? That is the new project started last November, and half of the consortium belongs to the MAGIC. I would like to thank the magicians because without them, it was impossible to do MAGIC. It was a great exercise.
In the meantime, I take the opportunity to say that we are covering the presentations and the photos from the event on LinkedIn, so please follow it and reshare it.
Okay, and from MAGIC, then half of the team, we have the idea to go to MIDAS. So we worked for almost a year to prepare this proposal, very challenging proposal. And I would like to thank you, Berien, the last 2 weeks. He was next to me, helped me to finalize the proposal. That it was very, very difficult, Berien. And also I would like to thank you, Poppy, because Poppy is not with us, is from Imperial College, and it was 3 women struggling the last 10 days to finish the submission. So we are very happy we have MIDAS finally. This is innovation action, not research, and it was higher TRL. We have to finish at 7. So here we work on specific selected industrial crops, low-ILUC industrial crops, and we try to develop specific cropping system on specific case studies, and we put a lot of emphasis on value chains and biodiversity. Biodiversity is the key issue in MAGIC. So we built on 2 pillars, as you can see. The specific objective, first of all, is the mapping. You saw from Berien, the #1 exercise is to improve the mapping, to here to include biodiversity, to understand the mapping, how they use it, etc. Then we have to optimize the crop. Two ways of optimization, either through breeding or through specific cultural practices. The third work package and the third objective is to establish, improve cropping system. This cropping system was either combined perennial grasses with annual, you can see later, or woody species with annual. To develop bio-based product was the fourth specific objective, and there you can see later many applications and many industries support us. Of course, the organization of the value chain is a key issue, and here we do a lot in terms of sustainability and biodiversity. Then to develop business plan tailored with the case studies that we do in work package 3. And of course, like this project is worked with the farmers and for the farmers. So in each case study, we set a team of farmers that follow us, and we try to give them whatever we produce, and the farmers communicate with us their needs. In other words, these case studies can be like houses when we finish, because it will be successful examples of growing cropping system on marginal land. This was the MIDAS at a glance. We put it in the proposal just to the evaluator to understand which were the main work package and which are the products in numbers. And you can see many products, many different applications, and moreover, apart from the European partner, we have not anymore UK, unfortunately, but we have Serbia, Israel, and Brazil. So it's an international project. Let's go which crops. We have oilseeds, and you can see that we build on cranberry, castor bean, safflower, and carinata, lignocellulosic, which lignocellulosic perennial grasses like miscanthus, woody species like willow, poplar, Berien Elbersen, and crops like sorghum. And we have dryland shrubs like guayuli and lavender. Guayuli is very important in terms also of products, and you can see later on. Some photos of the fields, and in the last photo you can see some photos from Guayuli in Spain. This initiation started 5 years ago with the collaboration of Nokia company. So again, this is map from Berien. It's what we estimated in MAGIC in all this project. And let's go to optimization. As I told you, two ways of optimization. First, breeding, and this is University of Wageningen and Luisa Dridante is going to build on existing knowledge from where? From projects like Cosmos that they improve cranberry, on MIDAS, on grays. So we don't start from scratch, but we have improved varieties, lines, and built on this to go one step further. And in terms of optimization through breeding, we try to take a low inputs protocol and we are using products that they are going to be produced in work package 4, like bioherbicides, like soil amendments, like bioplastics to cover our fields. And moreover, we are going to establish and water collection system, and this is very strange at the same but very unique, and we're going to put in fields that the soil is sandy without rocks, because it's very difficult to, it's easier there. I told you that we combine annual and perennial, and how this to boost biodiversity. We have either perennial crops like miscanthus or cardoon or guayule, and in between them we have annual crops that we rotate. So we split in 3 strips, and in each strip we don't put the same crop the next year, but we rotate and we change the place of the crop. So after the kickoff meeting, we spent maybe 3 online meetings with 3 hours each, strangling all the partners doing the crops to say what exactly they are do can have an agreement on this. And moreover, we have the perennial crops, woody species, combined again with annual. So, and keep in mind, in all the sites, each partner has to select the place, to find a farmers group and to inform before the submission. And we did also a first meeting with the farmers to inform them that we will be there. We are going to do this trial and we are going to exchange ideas about this trial. So as you can see, the case study is the center point of MIDAS because connects with all the work packages and give information for all the other work packages. 10 intercropping, 5 agroforestry, so in total 15 case studies, but based on what I saw in the online meetings, more trials will set up. So we will have at least 15. The products. We are going to present to produce products from oilseeds crop. You can see in yellow, in light green is the specialty crops, and in green is the lignocellulose crops, and we follow the circular use, so the remaining should be used for bioenergy. But the priority for us is the bio-based industry. Work package 5 is too complicated because we're trying to combine the value chains that we start from a large combination of value chains to select step by step what we are going to work. Moreover, we have the case studies, the bio-based products, biodiversity, and all of them we have to combine. And we start with a kickoff meeting with actually a workshop that lasted 2-3 hours to better describe work package 5 that has a lot of work. This is the layout of the project, the main work packages. International collaboration is a key issue, as I told you. The impact, the call asks for us emphasis on mapping of marginal land, of developing innovative cropping system. So you can see that the MIDAS impact built on biodiversity. That's why I said before, without the Berien's help, it was impossible to finalize this, because we try, when we wrote to impact, to put numbers, but it was at the same time the impact didn't help us to put numbers because they wanted to cover everything about biodiversity and marginal lands. But we made it at last. This is the consortium, 25 partners, many partners from industry like Novamont, Investwood, CAIMA. I see here European carbon farmers, and we have Nokian Tires, Guatex, many companies support us. This call has a sister project, is Margin Up, you will see in the next session, and we are going to work complementary the two projects together. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
I was just wondering that when you're introducing a new crop or species, is there a risk? Okay. I was just wondering, when you are introducing a new species or a crop, is there a risk that it becomes invasive in the system?
That's why the crops that we selected in MIDAS, we took into consideration this, and we select crops that we didn't have negative articles or reference in terms of biodiversity. That's why, for instance, we didn't include Robinia pseudacacia, that is a crop, or giant reed, crops that have penalties in terms of biodiversity was not included. We try very hard to select crops, boost the insects, and we had positive reference. And moreover, we combine, you see that it's not monoculture, but it's a system that includes more than one species in the same case study. I think we have something on the chat. I see two, maybe it's from before. Okay, so if we finish, I would like to present Andrea Parenti from University of Bologna. Andrea has another challenge to present two projects in one presentation. The first one is BECOOL, finished together with MAGIC, a very interesting project between Europe and Brazil. And the second one is the new kid on the block. It's CARINA, a project that we love, and we have there Camelina and Carinata. So, Andrea.
Okay, I'm glad to be here. Today, we're going to talk about the innovative cropping system because it's the main common thing between these two projects. The first one is CARINA, a project that just started. It started in November 2022. And the other project is just finished because it's finished in May of last year. So let's start with the newest project, CARINA. This project mainly tackled three issues. The first one is to test a new sustainable cropping system in order to improve the crop diversification at the European level. And then to reduce the dependency from import of palm oil from outside the EU, so increase the production of oil at the European level. And then to also provide an additional income for the farmers, okay? There are actually 20 partners. As I said, the project has just begun. 9 from EU and 4 from non-EU, Serbia, UK, Tunisia, and Lebanon. And involves also universities, SMEs, and farmers cooperatives. So the approach of this project is try to involve the farmers as much as possible in order to see if this cropping system they're willing to implement in their rotation. Okay, this is the workflow of the project. It's divided into 7 work packages. The first one deals about the test of these new farming systems. And then there is work package 2 dealing with the biomass valorization, so the biorefinery. Then there is work package 3, integrated sustainability assessment. Work package 4, policy intervention and certification. The social innovation and scale up, work package 5, and then dissemination and coordination. This is the scheme of the circular economy that was implemented into the CARINA project. So basically, we are producing seeds to extract oil. So the seeds will be delivered to a seed crushing plant. This plant produces 2 products. One is oil that will be used for many different uses, like food, feed, vitamins, aviation fuels, bioherbicides, and so on. And then we have the so-called byproduct, that is a cake that is usually really rich of protein, and that can be used as well for biorefinery uses, like biopesticides, biostimulants, or also for animal feed. And then we have also the crop residues. These crop residues can be left on the soil in order to improve the organic matter of the soil in the long term. So why CARINA? The name derives from the 2 crops that were selected. One is Brassica carinata and the other one is Camelina sativa. They are both oilseed annual plant species, and they are both of the Brassicaceae family. So what are the characteristics of this crop? They can produce high quality oil and a lot of bioactive substances like polyunsaturated fatty acids, erucic acids, tocopherols, glucosinolates, and so on. So a oil with a high quality. Okay, let's jump into the cropping systems that we want to implement at European and non-European level. The first one is intercropping. Intercropping is mainly the cultivation of two crops on the same area at the same time. This is an example. So basically we are testing, for instance, in Bologna, is winter pea and camelina. So they have these two crops, winter pea and camelina, have more or less a similar growing cycle. So they were planted in winter, at the end of autumn, beginning of winter, and then they will be harvested together during the end of spring. The benefits of the intercropping are the increased use of nitrogen, fixation, improved resource use efficiency, and improved weed control. So we are actually trying to reduce also the input to the system. Another cropping system that we are going to test, still ongoing, and perhaps we will start next year because we don't have the seeds. We are waiting for the seeds from the Canadian partners, is the relay cropping. So basically we are planting the first crop, in this case barley. We are testing barley and Brassica carinata. We were going to plant barley in winter, and then during the spring of the following year, we will seed carinata in between barley. This the relay cropping is very important because it's also certificable as low ILUC risk. Okay, also have other benefits. Another cropping system is the double cropping. The double cropping is in common with the next project that I will present. It is BECOOL. Basically, the double cropping is the cultivation of two crops in 1 year, and that these two crops are sequential. So we are gonna plant the first crop that is called the main crop. It is a food crop, and the second crop will be planted after the harvesting of the first crop. In this way, we are producing we are harvesting two crops in 1 year. We are not reducing the food land and the food production, and we can also increase the income of the farmers. The crop that we are planting as double crop are usually called cash cover crops. So they're kind of cover crops, but they also can produce an additional income for the farmers. In the scheme, you can see what is planned to be done. So we have basically some fallow period in the control rotation. So this is mainly what farmers are doing most of the time. We have to remember that 2/3 of the European surface of arable land is cultivated with just few crops like barley, wheat, and maize. And these crops leave a long gap between one and the other. So we can exploit that gap and try to cultivate camelina and carinata in between the main crops. In this case, we have sown already in autumn, end of autumn, camelina, and then we will harvest camelina hopefully in May. When we harvest camelina in May, we will plant sorghum and sunflower after camelina. So basically, camelina will be the double crop, and sorghum and sunflower the main crop. So this is where are we now. As I said, the project has just started, and this is what we have in the field at our station in Bologna. As you can see from the picture, this is the intercropping between winter pea and camelina sativa. Okay, let's jump into the second project, the one that has just finished, that is BECOOL. BECOOL is a Brazil-EU cooperation for the development of advanced lignocellulosic biofuels. So in this case, we are dealing with lignocellulosic biomass and not oil. This project involved, for the European part, 12 partners. The objective was to strengthen the EU-Brazil cooperation to develop these advanced lignocellulosic biofuels. And the project duration was 5 years, and as I said, it was just finished in May of last year. These are the partners. We have many partners also from the Brazilian side, in particular FAPESP and Petrobras, so also big companies that take part of the project. This is the workflow of the project. So it was divided in 3 pillars. The first one was the valorization and production test of new cropping system, agricultural residues, and improve also the harvesting techniques. So we want to see how much feedstock we can produce from innovative cropping system and residues. Then there was the pillar 2, logistic. So in order to improve the delivery of the biomass through models, Berien did a great job on that pillar. And then we have the process and then product. It was pillar 3. That involved mainly 2 routes. One was the thermochemical conversion of the lignocellulosic biomass. The other one was the biochemical conversion of the lignocellulosic biomass. I will talk more in detail about work package 1. So to be strict to the cropping system, but then if you have a question on the value chain, I'm open and try to answer. So basically, we assessed the available residues at European level for agricultural, forest, and industrial residues. Then we tested, as a second point, innovative cropping systems with double crop, as I already described before. And then we also assessed the potential of perennial dedicated lignocellulosic crop in marginal land. These were the schemes of the cropping system with the double crop. This rotation started in 2017 and ended in 2022. And they were replicated in 3 areas. In Aliartos in Greece, thanks to Efi and his great work. Also in Spain, and of course in Bologna. This is a drawn picture of the situation in 2018. As you can see, there are some crops that are in green color, and these are the food crop, so maize and wheat, that are the most common crop at European level. And then we try to add additional crop that are producing a lot of biomass, a lot of lignocellulosic biomass into this control rotation. This crop were fiber sorghum, kenaf, hemp, and sun hemp. Okay, and then we tested also the potential of perennial lignocellulosic crop on marginal land. So we chose the crop with the most suitable characteristics that are really high biomass yielding with low input, that are sustainable, and that have a high quality for the conversion of the biomass. These crops are giant reed and switchgrass. So we wanted to see both the yield stability in a long time period. We tested these 2 crops over 16 years, and then also the qualitative characteristics, especially in terms of hash and mineral concentration in the biomass, because we know that they influence a lot the performance of the conversion into advanced biofuels. So we replicated this is the area. As you can see, is considered a marginal area because it's a very narrow area between 2 channels. So actually, it was not used before for food production. So the final remarks about the cropping system of the project were that we were able, implementing this new cropping system, to produce additional feedstock up to 3 times compared to control rotation. We published also an article on the dynamics of the soil organic carbon. So this cropping system, after 6 years of rotation, did not deplete the soil organic carbon, actually because they were producing so much biomass that a lot of biomass was not collected and was left in the soil. So this biomass in the soil was then incorporated into the soil and was able to increase the soil organic matter. And also we tested the biomass quality of this feedstock, and in particular, the quality of the annual crops was more keen for biochemical conversion, whereas the quality of perennial crop was more keen for thermochemical conversion, because especially due to the ash content. And so I want to thank you for the attention. These are the website of the project. So if you want to dive into this project and have more information, everything is there. And I'm open for questions. Thanks.
Andrea, the presentation was excellent.
Thanks.
Very nice, excellent. So any questions? You raise a lot of questions. Peter? No.
How's the microphone works? Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe a quite stupid question, but as far as I know, or at least it was my understanding so far, lignocellulose is a material which is part of trees in wood, and which is the reason why trees are able to grow maybe 100 meters high, because it's a molecule that combines cellulosic and hemicellulose. The crops that you mentioned, the lignocellulosic crops, are from my perspective aggressive. Do they really contain lignocellulosic? Because then they would be trees.
Yes. Yes, they do. Actually, for example, sorghum is not the grain sorghum one, but is a tailored sorghum that is produced from a company is called KWS, and is their characteristic is high lignocellulosic content. Yes. So hemp as well as what is above hemicellulose plus cellulose is around 60%, 50 to 60%.
And that's why they have the name lignocellulosic crops, and we categorize like this everywhere. The perennial grasses and annual crops like sorghum. We have, of course, woody species is one category, but in the same group, we have the perennial grasses. And another question?
Yes, thanks for this very nice presentation. As an agronomist, I'm very interested by the intercropping and the cropping system that you showed. How do you plan to combine the harvest of the first winter crop with the resistance of the spring crop?
Okay.
In relay cropping system. Because I suppose that Camelina and Pea are going to be harvested at the same time, so then it's only calibration, separation from the relation. But all the barley with Camelina, what is your plan that you're going to do row crops? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Actually, is a hot point of the of the project. So for the intercropping, that is winter pea and Camelina, we will harvest all together. And then try to separate the seed, I would say, after the harvesting, because the Camelina seeds are really, really small, whereas the winter pea is big. So actually, there is no machine that can discriminate the two seeds. But we will harvest at the same time, of course, because the crop has a similar growing cycle. So they will be hopefully ready to harvesting at the same time. For the relay, is about barley and then carinata. So the idea is to harvest barley will be ready before carinata, and then carinata hopefully will be shorter, and I would say it will not hamper the barley harvesting that will be carried in I think end of May, beginning of June, and then carinata at the afterwards can grow, and then hopefully be ready for harvesting in end of September, beginning of October.
And
so in two different harvesting time.
I have two questions. One is about intercropping. I was wondering, how do you try to understand if there is no competition between the two crops during the growth stage that would influence the yield?
Okay. We have also control plots. So we have the monocrop of both winter pea and Camelina. So we can compare, and through the land equivalent ratio index, we can see actually if the intercrop is performing better than the monocropping or not.
So there is no live competition, something like that.
Well, yet we don't know because it's a first of a kind experiment. So
Last question was about the average increase in biomass. It's in the remark.
okay.
And I was wondering, is it the average over 20 years, or it's just when you have the annual fluctuation between? Yeah, definitely.
This is the annual
This is an average over 20 years, or it's,
of 16 years. Yeah.
oh, sorry, 16 years.
Yeah.
And how was it between the annual change?
Well, actually, it changed quite a lot, especially when you have here that with the drought period was quite stressful for the crops. So depends on the precipitation mostly.
And moreover, we have the ceiling yields between second and fourth year. Usually, if you have the same precipitation, we can say from year 2 to year 4, we have the best yields, then reduction, but these figures presented by Andrea is the mean of 16 years.
Exactly. You're right.
And just a remark, when we put in CARINA the two crops and we compare with monoculture, we put half dose of seeds in the same land area. So in order to avoid to have too much competition.
I think there was in the case there is also a question from the chat. It is of Brazil. Are you also exploring the situation?
Not electrolysis.
No.
It was, I think, eucalyptus.
Yeah. So the answer is no.
You raised a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And I think now we have one more presentation to close the second session, and it's Bio4A project. And I would like to invite David Chiaramonti from University of Turin and Record, both of them, to make the presentation. It's about to close this project, so it's very interesting now to present it, the results.
Thank you. It's Politecnico di Torino, not university.
Okay, but the same. Technical university.
No, it's not the same.
Okay,
Not important for me, but my colleagues are you. Sorry. Well, I'm the last one before lunch, so I'm not be happy to stay long here. So I'm sorry to keep you busy. The Bio4A project, in the meantime, I can start as a double nature. One is the industrial part, which is producing 1,000 tons of jet fuel for commercial operation. The other is the research one. Very, very quickly, is misaligned. Anyway, don't worry, I go ahead. The two streamlines are to bring Efa to full commercial scale with 1,000 tons, which is a lot. It means to run completely a refinery in jet fuel mode. And to separate the HVO from the F and so on. And the other is the research on severely degraded land, because I think we should start using, as Peter remarked yesterday during the meeting, should keep using the terms that are in the regulatory framework, because otherwise marginal land doesn't exist from a legal point of view. And on that land, we've been working with compost, biochar, and I will mostly focus on that area, even if don't know why the slides are misaligned. Anyway, as regards the industrial plant, the 1,000 tons have been produced from, in that case, from used cooking oil. They have been transported to Livorno refinery to separate the kerosene fraction, and now they are leaving to the Netherlands for blending with jet fuel and to be used in commercial flight. That's it. I prefer to skip because it's late. What you will see is biochar we have produced in our pilot demo plant. Two different systems. One is very advanced, the other is more conventional. It's 100 kilo per hour plant, 10 tons plant, which can process a lot of material. We did this work 5 years ago from chestnut. Just to mean that we've been working a lot on biochar in these 5 years. So now we have selected feedstock for very specific application. We know a lot of the process. Now we are transporting anti-cancer molecules through biochar in the human body, for instance. So there's been a huge work on this carbon carrier. But this work has been done on chestnut with the first application of this. We have 4 different pilot plants. So let's start with Spain. Spain is part of the project with Camelina company, very arid land. We have produced the biochar. We have used the biochar as it is or co-composted with organic matter coming from anaerobic digestion. So anaerobic digestion, the digestate, has been co-composted with biochar that we produce. So to keep some nitrogen in the process within the biochar. 2 sites in Spain, very arid areas, have been selected by Camelina company, which has also been working. That's not my job, so I just show you that also from the variety side, Camelina has been working to improve the selection of the variety for these conditions. But now I refer to the initial step because that is what I'm more interested at the moment. So in these 2 sites, we have used, and thanks to Tommaso that is doing most of the work, he's agronomist, and maybe later on you can address also to him some of the points I will touch. We have used the soil as it is, with mineral fertilization, with only biochar, and with 3 different ratio of organic matter and biochar co-composted, called combi, and only compost. So 7 cases replicated 4 times, done only once. 5 years ago, then we didn't touch at all the soil anymore after the first inclusion because biochar is working in the body. Here you see the first year, the effect on the emergence of the crop in the different type of soil. Of course, you see an important effect of the composting composted material in the first years. In the meantime, I would say 4 years later, the implementing act by RED 2 has been issued. So now we have a formula to calculate the ESCA factor. And what we report are the first attempts to calculate this parameter on this experiment. And this area is below 1% carbon content, just to frame it in the discussion we had yesterday. The formula is not trivial, it's not so obvious to apply. Here you see the data after 3 years. Now we are on the 5th year, so we are closing, we will process further this data. There is a general increase, here is summarized, of the carbon stock. These are the percentage increments. Of course, we can produce carbon that is rather stable. We can make it more stable if we extend the processing time and the temperature, or less stable if you keep it, in milder conditions. But there are standards like ABI standards for biochar or others that we normally apply that can be taken as a reference for the product. So the product can be measured before use. The deployment can be controlled, so we know exactly how much of this product has been delivered to the soil. Say this, we must be very careful in measuring after 4 or 5 years, because it's not so easy through sampling to find. We know for sure that in 3-4 years the carbon that we have deployed is still there. Almost totally, because very short time for biochar. Nevertheless, sampling is still difficult to close the carbon, and probably is even useless for that case, for the recalcitrant carbon. Also take into account that when we started that project, that is a policy-related comment. The agricultural policy pays per unit of surface, per hectare. The discussion is ongoing in DG Climate, for instance, in that moment, is to consider the value of the carbon itself. From a scientific point of view, it doesn't make any difference, but from the technical point of view, it makes a huge difference, because in one case, and that is the project when it started, you try to limit as much as possible the material that is more expensive, which is the biochar. So we have been working with 2-3 tons per hectare, no more, and it's already quite expensive for the common agricultural policy usual practices. If instead the carbon is paid as carbon, so per unit ton of CO2 equivalent calculated as appropriate, in that case you can deliver the typical amount is 10 tons or between 5 and 10 tons. Also sampling, then I would expect will be much easier than with only 2 or 3 tons per hectare, which is very dispersed in this 31st centimeter soil. JRC is also partner. I switched to the maps. They have calculated with their model camelina barley the benefit and the change in yield with this rotation of energy and food and feed crop. In this marginal land, they have also elaborated their view about marginal land, but the approach is more on the economic side so it's not very much related to the severely degraded, I mean, what we have in the policy and the regulation. And here you see their model, the change after 20 years. This is the status, this is the SOC change with the rotation, and this is with addition of biochar at that small amount from wood and from wheat estimation. So the effect for some countries is quite relevant. Of course, biochar is not the only element that you need in the soil. You know better than me. You need other organic material, you need nutrients, you need many things. So it's one of the components that helps to rebuild it's an amendment, in fact, to rebuild the physical structure of the soil so that you can work on that. So there's no magic solution. We have also built new lysimeters. So we are cultivating in newly developed systems the camelina crop with the Spanish soil, amended. And you see that there's a clear leachate reduction in the recovered soil, what we expected. I mean, that's not really unexpected news. So we're glad to verify this. And so it's reasonable to expect also an effect with the nutrients that you deliver. And we have new climatic chambers that have been built in the last 2 years of the project. So now we have sampling of soil with all the conditions and the crops cultivated there under irradiation, temperature, meteo conditions. We can replicate the Spanish condition here. And results are also very, very interesting. Again, we have 9 replicates, 3 plus 3 replicates for all the cases. We can simulate the drought condition and all the parameters that are typically used in this kind of test. We have increased the biochar amount so to improve the evidence of the results up to 20 tons per hectare, and we collect all the leachate and so on. There are also very, very quickly other field experiments that are in Italy. These are that is biochar from poplar. Again, a similar situation with compost biochar and compost plus biochar. So it means that it's not co-composted, but they are used together. which is not exactly the same things, with 2 camelina varieties, short and medium cycles. This is the scheme of the cultivation and test trials with the control. This is the sequence of the cultivation steps, the additions. When this has been done, you see now not here. So we measure all these parameters during the test. So we collect the soil, we analyze the biochar, we try to characterize as much as possible all the elements that are in the using the test. Here you see some pictures from the delivery. The same thing we are doing in 3 airports, Larnaca, Turin, and Schiphol. Because as after following your study from Wageningen, there's a huge area that belongs to the airport that is no land use change and that is under this control. Amsterdam has 2,700 hectares, Schiphol only. So it's really something that could be of interest. Okay, here's some more picture. I want to go to some of the meteorological data. As you see, I mean, precipitation is not so exciting in Italy. So this kind of cultivation are becoming more and more important. And the main results from this first test is that the highest yield in Toronto and Montepaldi, there are 2 different sites with 2 different types of soils. They stays below 1.5% roughly as an average figure. Again, we see the effect of reconstituting the soil. So biochar and compost provides anyway the best results. Clearly, when it's very, very low yield, the difference are also reduced. Here is the dry biomass. There are some difference between the 2 camelina varieties. One performed better with biochar, the other with biochar plus compost, but I think it's minor. It's a minor point. So concluding, being able to keep the time at least. The Bio4A will now deliver the industrial production of 1,000 EFA to the airplanes for flights. We will have an event in Brussels on the 19th of April and probably another one in June. As regards the understanding of the effect of working on the soil, we start having quite strong evidence that, as expected, intervening on the soil is crucial. We have evidence that these soils are very low productive and worsening with time. So we are actually acting in a reverse ILUC mode. We are keeping the feed and food production that would otherwise be lost. So that is something. Last point, but for us extremely important, and we are now assessing this with the ESCA factor. We can be through these various value chain. I mean, biomethane with the digested and carbonization is another possibility. We can be carbon negative, something that other value chains in the renewable sector can only be carbon neutral. So there's a number of positive facts that should be taken into account for the very large surface or land suffering from the impact of the climate, in particular in the Mediterranean area that is warming up 20% faster than global average, according to EA data. So that's something we really have to intervene. Anyway, we're open for questions, both myself and Tommaso, on the technical or on the agronomic part. Thank you, and it's not too late.
Close the program. So, David, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Very close to the time.
Okay, good.
Our plan was to stop 1 o'clock this morning, so we are only 5 minutes late. So, questions. One on the chat, I think.
Any questions from the floor?
Here.
What do you think is the reason? What do you think is the reason for the synergy between compost and
Yeah. Co-composting, I guess you mean. Well, first of all, compost provides labile material that is readily available to the microbiota and the vegetation. Biochar is rebuilding the structure of the soil. Consider that, just to give a figure, in 1 gram of char, not activated char, just char, we produce 120 square meter. So it's extremely porous, and that offers the possibility to keep moisture, some nutrients, and microbiological activity. That's one point. In co-composting, actually, what happens? You have nitrogen leaching, for instance, both in air and in the leachate. If you add this kind of sponge structure, you can keep part of these liquids that are, in any case, nutrients goes into the soil, into the biochar. So biochar is a collector. It can be used to collect nitrogen in many applications. For instance, the liquid digestate could also be another good target to try to maintain the nitrogen material, part of it, of course, into the structure. The only remark for such kind of application, because there are many other uses, we do this for the steel industry, for instance, or other colleagues for the cement, building, another thing. But if you look into the soil, you have to be very careful with the porosity, because what is called plant available water is related to the dimension of the pores. So pyrolysis basically remove material. We do not build anything new. We just block it. No. So if the original structure of the bio-based material is with micropores rather than macropores, then you keep this into the biochar, and the effect from the agronomic point of view can be different. The only element that I think is cross-sector that is always present is that you sequester the carbon. You can decide how much fixed carbon you want to have by expanding the process time or increasing the temperature. And that is a common element of any feedstock. What changes the amount of ash? Of course, if I have herbaceous crop, I will have more ash and less carbon, but that's, again, it's in the nature. So but this is transversal. So as regards RED 2 or ETS that will come into, there's no much difference if you carbonize straw or wood. You will have much more or less carbon because you have more or less ash. But instead, if you look into the agronomic properties and the combination with compost, this makes a difference.
Any other questions?
If not, we have one pending actually from the presentation of Andrea before.
Okay.
It's an open question about remarks and position about the recent decision to switch to biofuels and how this relates to what.
Why you asking me? No.
Not a decision, but rather a remark. It is from Marco Franceschi.
Political decisions are taken by policymakers, so we respect. I just simply say from a scientific point of view, there's a clear non-technology neutral approach because they apply the tank-to-wheel approach. So they do not take at all into account the origin of the feedstock. With the introduction of the fuels as an exception, you have an unbalanced system because you have a tank-to-wheel, but e-fuels comes from electricity that is, is produced through the average emission of the park in that moment, or is directly connected, whatever this electricity is originating in a certain way. And this for me is the only technical remark that I really raise. It's not the right method to assess the sustainability. The right method is a well-to-wheel, and then who's better, they compete, who's better will win. So this is what I don't like of that decision.
So thank you very much, David. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all the presenters so far, and we can have a break until 2, until 2, I think. And then we have another session with 5 presentations. I think that in total, we will need 1 hour and a half for the next session, and then we will stop the online because we are going to work in 3 teams and it will be impossible to have the online system. So a break, even for the online partners until 2, 1 your time, set time, and we will come back with another batch of 5 projects, and then we will close the online workshop. Thank you very much. Have a nice break. Not yet I presented, we will put there because we have. Yes, and 3 groups discussing. Hello. I know it's very tough to start again after the break. It will be very difficult after the break and after this switch that we have to eat. But we have 5 very interesting projects to attract your attention in the afternoon session. And the first 3 presentations will be projects working on contaminated land. They are sister projects. So I will start with the CERESiS, and then we have phytoclimate and gold. And from CERESiS, we have the pleasure to have the coordinator and the work package leader on dissemination, on phytoremediation. So I would like to invite Thanos and Richard to make the presentation. So Giulio, if we are ready for the presentation.
There you go. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Athanasios Rentizelas, short for Athanasios. I'm from the National Technical University of Athens. I'm an assistant professor there. I'm the coordinator of Project CERESiS, and this will be a joint presentation together with my colleague Richard Lord from the University of Strathclyde. CERESiS is one of the projects that aim to validate integrated biofuel value chains that link land decontamination with clean biofuel production, leading in a win-win situation where we remediate the land while at the same time producing something useful, which is biofuels. Our project has 3 objectives. The first objective has to do with demonstrating the suitability and effectiveness of a series of energy crops, specifically for contaminated lands in order to produce biofuels or biofuel precursors. The second objective has to do with investigating 2 technologies, thermochemical technologies, which is fast pyrolysis and supercritical water gasification, in terms of how to deal with contaminated biomass and produce clean biofuels from that. And the third objective, which is a little bit further than what the poll was asking, is to provide decision support to stakeholders and policymakers in order to achieve optimal win-win solutions in site-specific cases. And I'll give you a little bit more detail on that. This is an overview of the consortium, 12 partners from 8 countries from Europe, North and South America. And this is an overview of our project. At the top left, you see the phytoremediation pillar, where we're doing a series of trials in different field trials with different contaminants, different climatic conditions, different soil composition. We're also doing a series of phytoremediation strategy trials and also planting and harvesting optimization trials. And all of this is giving us a series of samples that we feed into the technological pillar, where both technologies are used in order to optimize them for use with contaminated biomass. And this is also done by coupling them with specific separation technologies, so that we ensure that the contaminants are not transferred into the final product, the biofuel, but are rather received in a concentrated form and a relatively manageable form. Both these technological work packages feed a lot of information into the decision support pillar, as we call it. And here we aim to develop a decision support system in the form of an online platform that will allow stakeholders to assess specific value chain scenarios. And when I say stakeholders, it could be various stakeholders like policymakers, but it could be also problem owners, potential investors, or local authorities that have an issue in their areas. So essentially, this decision support system would allow stakeholders to optimally design the value chain for site-specific cases, because biomass supply chains are case-specific, but contaminated biomass supply chains are even more case-specific. And this is the interesting bit on it. So we thought that decisions are very difficult to make in these situations. So support is needed. So this platform will allow optimal decisions in terms of which crops to use, harvesting methods, conversion technologies to use that are suitable with these combinations and value chains, separation technologies that would go with these technologies, but also at the same time, sizes of facilities, location of facilities, considering also the full value chain up to the point where you have the end users of the biofuel produced. To do that, we'll use a series of techniques like supply chain optimization, deep learning and machine learning, LCA, and all that will be combined in order to reach some recommendations for the users of this platform in terms of, firstly, land restoration recommendations, and secondly, on the value chain or the biofuel production system, we want to call it like that, design. How should it look like in an optimal manner in order primarily to reduce the cost of it, because it's an expensive value chain, considering that contaminated land will be less productive than normal land. In the end, and we're reaching the final year of the project, so we have some things to show you, but in the end, we'll apply this in 4 use cases around the world in order to demonstrate its applicability, and this will also support policy recommendations. So this is our full project in a nutshell. You will hear more about phytoremediation from my colleague Richard in a little while. I have a few more slides on technologies. Okay, that's working. So this is the two technological pathways that we're considering. The upper one is supercritical water gasification, where you have the gaseous product that goes through a cleaning stage, several cleaning stages, reverse water gas shift, and in the end we have Fischer-Tropsch synthesis to come up with the final biofuel. And we also have a liquid, which is a brine, that we treat with electrochemical methods in order to remove any contaminants from it, because the heavy metals usually stay in the brine. In terms of the fast pyrolysis, which is done by the supercritical water gasification, is done by our partner KIT. The fast pyrolysis is done by our partner CNR. In that case, we have 3 streams. We have the liquid stream, which goes to a water recovery phase. And then if it's clean, it can be used as it is, or if it carries some heavy metals or contaminants, it goes through a membrane separation process developed by our partner CERF in order to have clean biofuel. We also have the gaseous stream that is fed into mild combustors, so that we can also energetically use it. And we have also the solid stream that is biochar. We test this biochar, and if it's clean enough to comply with EU guidelines, it can be used directly in pot experiments or in general for heavy metals immobilization in the soil. If not, then it can be used for adsorption. The supercritical water gasification has proved some advantages up to now with the experiments we've done. First of all, it's quite flexible in terms of feedstock input, and it works very well also with wet biomass, which is quite rare for thermochemical technologies. The product gas that we have developed is quite rich in methane and hydrogen. It can separate inorganic contaminants through the brine, the salt brine. It has proven to decompose the organic contaminants to a large extent, and the process effluent can be recycled to avoid the use of large quantities of fresh water. Drawbacks that we have seen up to now is that the gasification efficiency has been relatively low, up to 75%, but this can be mitigated by increasing the scale of it. So we estimate it can reach up to 90% with bigger scale, because we can increase the residence time. There is still some organics in the process effluent. The salt separation is an issue because if it's not done effectively, it can lead into blockage, which we have seen in several occasions. And we've seen also some formation of coke in the reactors. We've done over 60 experiments with this technology up to now, different samples of biomass, tested several process configurations in order to improve the performance of this technology. And we've reached a maximum operation duration without blockage of 9 hours, 74% gasification efficiency. And you can see typical gas composition to the right. So it's roughly 50% hydrogen and methane that you get from this. And this is the electrochemical oxidation and electrocoagulation facility that CERF developed in order to remove the heavy metals from the salt brine. And it seems to be working quite well, both with decomposing organic components and separating heavy metals with various tests that we've done up to now. Moving into the fast pyrolysis technology, we used an auger reactor technology for several advantages. First of all, it's a quite proven technology. It's quite flexible in terms of particle sizes that it can process. It allows a good control of residence times and temperature, and it has good mixing characteristics. And you can see there are several novelties, technological novelties that our partner introduced into the auger reactor technology. The interesting bit is that through successive stages of experiments and optimization, we have increased the bio-oil yield. We started with a bio-oil yield of 16% in the beginning. After optimizing the reactor, it reached 21% by reducing the char yield at the same time. And in the third stage of experiments, by optimizing both the reactor and the condensation configuration, we reached up to 28%. So we have seen quite a lot of improvement during the research process. And in terms of cleaning the liquid stream, the bio-oil, we've used ceramic membranes in order to remove the fine char particles that usually carry the heavy metals with them, so that we can eliminate them from the biofuel that we produce. There were two challenges in this respect. The first one was to reduce the fouling of the membranes, understand why it's happening, and reduce it in the second stage. And the second challenge is to deal with highly viscous streams, as in this case. The results up to now are quite good, so it seems quite promising. So I'll move on to my colleague Richard. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Thanos. So for the work package 2, which is the energy crops and phytoremediation, our strategy is to use perennial grasses and to focus on phytostabilization, by which I mean mechanical stabilization of the soil to minimize dispersion, as well as any chemical stabilization in the soil. So the purpose of work package 2 is to produce contaminated biomass for the experiments in work package 3 that Thanos has just talked about. So we think this strategy will give us maximum mass of biomass. It will give us a low contaminant biomass for maximum income and minimize downstream issues. But it will also, I hope in a moment, maximize the offtake of contaminants and beneficial use of the site. So this is some data from the EU Bioregion Life project, which I ran. And the first graph on the left is the cumulative yields from field trials on brownfield sites for 3 energy crops. SRC is short rotation coppice willow, miscanthus, MC, and Recanerigas or Phalaris or Andronicea. And the crops have different life cycles and different harvesting, so that's why it's the cumulative yields. But you can see that in practice, we've got 2 orders of magnitude more biomass from the Recanerigas than from the other 2 crops over 3 years. Now, the concentration of contaminants was the reverse of that, in that the highest levels of contaminants were in the willow and miscanthus compared to the Recanerigas. However, if you work out the actual offtake from that, because the yield is so much higher for Recanerigas, actually it still took off the highest amount of contaminants per hectare per annum. So we think this is potentially a win-win-win situation: maximum energy and therefore economic value from the activity, with minimum contamination of the biomass, which could be an economic penalty, plus also some phyto management benefits, so environmental and social benefits and ecosystem services. So these are some pictures of the trial sites around the globe and the partners who are involved with this. Strathclyde are using those bioregion sites, including that one up at the top there, left there, in Northern England and in Scotland. And UFG are planting in Brazil. We have University of Tuscia in Italy and Ukraine's Renewable Energy Agency in Ukraine. So this is a list of the 10 energy crop species we're using. The ones in black are the ones we're actually planting in trials in the project, and the ones in grey are the ones that we were able to harvest from existing crop plantings or phytoremediation trials. So turning to each country in turn, the Brazilian trials are focusing on chromium and nickel in Goiás, which is a particular regional issue because they have chrome mines, chrome chemical works, and then the chromate was used in tanneries. and then was spread to land. So they have extensive areas of contaminated agricultural land. The trials are actually looking at one of these tanneries, so a brownfield site where the tannery effluent was spilt at the top there, and also then 2 chrome manufacturing sites, or mining and manufacturing sites. In Ukraine, it's an agricultural site. This is the compound for the former Soviet farm complex where pesticides were loaded into sprayers, and there are fuel spills and organic pesticide spills. HCH is lindane, and also they used antimony organometallic compounds as well. So there's quite a range of metals in that site. In Italy, it's actually the university farm for the University of Tuscia that we're using, because this is an area of geogenic arsenic anomaly and a range of other metals as well from the natural volcanic activity in the area. And they've been doing field trials with Phalaris in Italy, which is quite unusual, top right there. But we've also been looking at some of the agricultural co-products. At the bottom there, you've got vine prunings. So these are also impacted by the same geogenic arsenic. And then finally, in the UK, 2 of our sites are on former lead zinc mines. So the first 2 sets of pictures, top and bottom, before and after, are from different areas of the same mine in North East England, where we have roughly 1% of lead and zinc in the mine waste, the tailings and the processing residues from fluorite extraction. And we've taken a non-intrusive cultivation method. So we're trying to plant with surface application of compost to avoid dispersion and human interaction with the dust from these sites during cultivation. So that site, we'd actually done some previous trials, you can see, with spaced individual plantings. And then the one on the right is another similar lead zinc mine waste tip in Scotland, where we've got something like 10% combined lead and zinc metals. And again, surface application of compost is used, but with biochar in one half of it. And we've just got the results for the first growing season, and that the analysis from this site in Scotland is particularly interesting because we've got something like 1% of metals in total in the biomass, in the dry mass biomass composition. So have we discovered a new type of hyperaccumulator? No. Remember that there was 10% metals in the soil here, but we have got an issue in terms of contamination of the biomass if we're going to use it for anything in the future. And we've been looking at some of the biomass from the existing trials on the other mine site with X-ray computed tomography to show the location of the contaminant in the plant, and we can see that there is significant dust contamination, which is showing up as the bright colors, particularly on the left, on the unwashed sample, and still some remaining on the washed sample. It's particularly tenacious. We've tried a series of different fairly intensive washes in the lab to try and remove it, and we can't remove all of it. Here's a close-up, and you can see that from the XCT image on the left, that bright ring, that the dust is trapped in the ligule of the plant. So that's where the leaf joins the stem. So this could be actually a generic issue for perennial grasses grown on very highly contaminated mine sites like this. And the issue is there's no benefit there in terms of phytoremediation, where perhaps transferring some of the dust into maybe the ash component or a washing component of the biomass, but we're not actually improving the site in any way. We're not extracting any particular elements, but that will come at a cost in terms of the value of the biomass. But perhaps it's not surprising that if we plant bare areas of very highly contaminated soil, we will get some rain splatter and dust blow contaminated biomass. So over the course of the project, when the plants grow, we will get phytostabilization, we hope. That's one of our aims, and that we expect to reduce the cross-contamination in this way. So there will be a benefit. So turning to the types of land that we're using, this is my own classification of marginal land, the marginal land definition, and I divided it into agricultural and non-agricultural types. So why this division? Because the agricultural types like degraded, fallow, abandoned land will potentially have compete with food in the future. They may be unused now, but in the future they could be used for some crop activity. Whereas the ones on the right, for various reasons, often regulatory reasons, but otherwise environmental reasons, cannot and will not be used for food production. So they're truly devoid of any indirect land use change issues. And this is where our trial sites plot. So very much towards the right of that diagram in the non-agricultural land types. So to wrap up some conclusions from work package 2, what do we know so far? So that we've shown that phalaris is a viable high biomass production, low contaminant uptake energy crop species in England and now in Scotland too. That's important because C4 miscanthus is pretty marginal in Scotland. And also we've managed to establish it with irrigation initially in Italy and Ukraine, but in both cases with minimal or no till cultivation. So this is a way of maximizing the energy production from low indirect land use change land and minimize downstream issues, we think. But as I said, it might need irrigation to establish in dry climates. And for the no-till approach of compost blankets in the UK, native grasses outcompete the seeds, so we need to be careful about adding enough compost to form a perfect blanket or a mulch. And then we've shown confirmed there's generally low uptake of contaminants by the plant, including arsenic in the geogenic contaminated soils in Italy. But on these very highly contaminated sites, in the UK and Scotland and England, we've got higher levels of contaminants, not from uptake, but from cross-contamination, which we hope will resolve itself through phytostabilization as the crops are established. So finally, we think that we've managed to achieve low indirect land use change biomass production and phyto management, perhaps, but not really phytoremediation in the sense that we won't ever return these crops to a suitable, these land areas to a suitable use, but we are putting them into an alternative use meanwhile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you both for the great presentation in the first batch of these 3 projects. Any questions for the first project for CERESiS? Do we have something on the chat? Tomaso. Back to the presentation.
Going back to the slide where you showed all the metals that were removed at the very beginning.
That one?
Yeah. So I see that there is one that SRC is for rotation coppers.
SRC is short rotation coppers, yeah.
Okay. So it basically was not effective in removing metals except zinc. Or am I?
Yeah, so the middle graph is the concentration of metals in the three crop species. So there was more zinc than any other metal in all 3 biomasses. And the highest concentration was in the willow.
But then the productivity per hectare is lower, so this is why it goes.
Exactly. So the third graph is the product, it's grams per hectare. So actually, if you look at the scale, it's a very small amount of material, of mass of contaminant removed. But the point is that the phalaris still removes more than the willow on that site.
That was the question. So RCG is phalaris.
Yeah, sorry, Recanary gas, phalaris, London Sea.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Please.
Thank you. So with apologies if you said this and I wasn't listening correctly. I was just wondering why the short rotation coppers was quite so low, especially in the first year. for those plants, it sort of seems a low number.
Yeah, so it struggled on brownfield sites, too dry, non-agricultural sites. They were difficult to cultivate. We tried deep ploughing and brought up chunks of concrete, rebar, a television in one case, actually. So it's really difficult to establish agricultural growing conditions on brownfield sites. But Phalaris fortunately grew really well on that site. Even though it's a marginal wetland plant, it seems to tolerate the sort of dry, droughty, compacted, and waterlogged conditions that you get on non-agricultural land. So what works on agricultural land won't necessarily work on these marginal non-agricultural land types that have artificial soil profiles.
Another question from.
Yeah, thank you. Very quick and technical question on the accumulation of the metals. We had a similar project, and we used to have a Rudolphs in Sardinia, and Salix also showcasing focus in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And so the question is, where is the accumulation? So I remember for the Rudolphs was mainly the rhizomes, and then there were disposal and landfill disposal for the rhizomes at the end of the life cycle of the crop. And for the short rotation, it was on the leaves, I'm not wrong. So there was a collection. So any additional information?
Yeah, so we didn't look at the below ground plant parts, but we did look at the willow leaves, and they had something like an order of magnitude higher concentrations of metals. But what we weren't able to do was the mass balance. Obviously, the mass of leaves annually is probably lower than the annual biomass production of woody biomass for willow. But the issue, of course, is that willows are deciduous, so you're phyto-extracting metals from the soil profile and depositing them on the surface in a bioavailable form. So there were lots of reasons why Phalaris was better. In terms of where there were low levels of contamination in the Phalaris which we now think may have been cross-contamination of soil. We don't really know.
Thank you very much. So if we don't have any more questions, we will move to the next presentation, and I would like to invite the second project in the same group, Markus from Austria, to make his presentation on phytoclimate. So you will see that these three projects, they funded from the same call. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the Efi and the organizers for the kind invitation and for the opportunity to present our project here. My name is Markus Ortner from ITS Vienna, Austria, and I'm the coordinator of the project Phytoclimate. Yes, together with my colleague Georgiadis from Lithuania, we would like to invite you to a short stroll through our project. We also have another colleague here from Serbia, Diana. So if you have any particular questions and later on to the phytoremediation issue, please Diana and Georgiadis will, and even Anna probably will also help us out. Okay. I will start with the presentation. I will give you a very, very quick overview about our project approach. I will try to make it really short, and about our main, let's say, activities in the project. And afterwards, my colleague Georgiadis will give you a detailed presentation about the phytoremediation activities and the low-ILUC feedstock production tasks. Okay, if we look to the title, production of biofuel while cleaning up contaminated soil, sounds like a really perfect concept. It is actually. However, it was from the very beginning a big challenge, and is still a big challenge, because we not only want to demonstrate the technical feasibility of our approach, which is already quite demanding, but we also would like to, let's say, to create a solid base for economic feasibility. For this interaction of various, let's say, framework parameters, framework condition is essential. Okay, let's come to approach. This is a very simplified scheme. So our approach is a combination of different aspects and various innovative technologies, and is based on two general pillars, a technical and non-technical pillar. The technical consists of the biomass production by means of phytoremediation processes, and of course the conversion of this biomass into added value products such as biofuels or biochar. And on the other side, we have a very strong focus on non-technical aspects. So we are very much focusing on legal aspects, regulatory frameworks, but also, of course, on the market, competitive elements, the stakeholders along this value chain. And we also would like to have a really good and solid base for a potential business model. And last but not least, of course, the social acceptance of the society, and also the, let's say, the environmental impact of our approach is also in our focus. Here you have a different view. It's also a very simplified scheme of our approach. What you can see here is in the bottom, the phytoremediation process. You can see the different crops. And then you have the two, let's say, main general valorization routes. On the right-hand side, it goes to the drop-in biofuels. And on the left-hand side, it's one of the products goes into the metallurgical industry. What you can see here is also the involved partners in our project. We started in the year 2021 with 70 partners. Due to the massive, let's say, restrictions and due force majeure in the first two COVID pandemic years, we unfortunately had to give up our Indian partner. Okay, here you can see, or you can get a kind of a foretaste, what you will hear in a couple of minutes from my colleague. It's the phytoremediation process, let's say in a nutshell. You can see here the main process steps, starting from the soil characterization, the pot testing, finding the right crop setup, up to the field site preparation, then the harvesting, the monitoring, up to the pre-treatment of the biomass. What you can see here is also the selected pilot sites covers, would say, the main contaminants. It's mainly heavy metals on one hand side, but we also have organic pollutions. And what else? Not only different contaminants, but the pilot sites are located also in 5 different climate zones, and also with different, let's say, legal contexts. Okay. So the harvested biomass will then further processed in a biorefinery. The biorefinery is a combination of different thermocatalytic reactions. They are combined in a quite smart way. Let's say basically it's a pyrolysis process where we produce different intermediates, solid, gaseous, and liquids. And our approach is to valorize all of the intermediates to added value products, shown here in the lower part. Yes, by applying technologies such as GTL processes or electrooxidation. All right, this is already my last slide. So apart from the technical activities, we have, as I said already before, we have a very strong focus also to non-technical aspects. So in our approach, we address also these 3 major aspects, and this is quite important in my opinion, especially when it comes to the questions regarding the implementation or potential implementation of our technology. Yeah, with that, I would like to thank you. This was a very quick overview about our project. If you have any particular question or general question, please just come up to me right now or after this workshop. And thank you for your attention. You can also have a look to our website or follow us on Twitter. And yes, now I would like to hand over to my colleague, Žygimantas, who will give you an overview about our activities in the phytoremediation tasks. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody again. First of all, I would like to thank for our invitation in this workshop. And today I will present the phytoclimate project more from the phytoremediation perspective. So my part of presentation will be from the phytoremediation perspective, especially. Yeah, I'm Žygimantas CALIKOWSKI from environmental biotechnology company from Lithuania, and we are a pilot site leader in Lithuania pilot site. So yeah, so today I will briefly go through phytoclimate project field tests, introducing the pilot sites, the results from the first year of the field tests in 2022, the challenges, the opportunities during the exploitation of the pilots. So here you can see the graph that the phytoclimate project phytoremediation field tests take place in several regions all over the world. It's the Spain, Lithuania, Serbia, and Argentina. And unfortunately, due to harsh COVID situation in India, it has dropped out from the project in 2021. So to start with, I will present the Spanish pilot site at the beginning. So yeah, the Spanish pilot site is located in the northern east part of the Spain in city of Tarragona. And in the area, mainly the total petroleum hydrocarbons contamination was detected in the soil and the groundwater, and soil contamination of TPH was on average about 2,400 milligrams per kilogram soil in 2014. And regarding the phytoclimate project, about 800 square meters of the area for the implementation of the in situ phytoremediation strategy were selected. So results of the initial soil characterization show that
we start sharing.
So we share online?
Yeah.
Let's see online. Sorry. Oh, so it disappeared or something? So when it disappeared, do you know? Do you know the moment when it disappeared or?
No, yeah, 1 minute.
You can just continue. Yeah. Yeah, sorry for. Really? No, it's okay. Yeah, okay. Yes, so so the result of the initial soil characterization showed that high heterogeneity between sampling points and depths within the same sampling point are in the pilot site. So during the initial characterization, the highest concentration of total petroleum hydrocarbons were at the highest depths, about 5,500 milligrams of TPH per kilogram soil. And during the pot tests, the sorghum plants in a rotation with the rape seeds were chosen in the Spanish pilot site.
So in the field tests, total TPH concentration of the experimental plots has been considerably reduced. You can see on the numbers on the table. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which stays for PAH, have also shown a decrease below reference level. And in a general, pH contamination levels established as more restrictive. So the most contaminated plots have achieved TPH removal more than 80% efficiency. And the main challenges and opportunities from the last year in a Spanish pilot site mainly was the depth of the contaminants in the soil. So in this case, the soil was dug and turned over with a non or less contaminated soil. There was also, despite the low biomass output from highly contaminated plots, the phytoremediation factor was even reached at the level of 86%. The experimental groups with the highest contamination levels produced 72% less biomass compared to the control group, while medium contamination plots performed 24% less than a control group, but parcels with a low contamination performed 30% better compared to the control groups, considering the biomass outputs. Also, we found out that a mix of amendments like plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, compost, and biochar helped to adapt the plants in highly contaminated plots, and especially in hot spots where the highest contamination exists. And furthermore, it is clear that 1 year cycle is not enough to remediate site under the threshold values. And we found that that is hard to precisely forecast remediation capacity. Now I move on to the Lithuanian pilot site. First of all, Lithuanian pilot site is in northern part of the country in the urban city territory near the high density living area and a water supply sanitary zone. The contamination sources was in the past due to careless petroleum handling, petroleum product seepage through the oil tanks, and careless removal of oil tanks in the past years. So the monitoring data from 2014 were saying that the pilot sites are full of TPH contamination up to 17,000 milligrams per kilogram and exceeding the threshold values up to 22 times. So, and the other contaminants like BTX, heavy metals were above background values. But after initial characterization of the pilot site in 2021, only contaminants found in the pilot site were total petroleum hydrocarbons, and the concentrations varies up to 7,000 milligrams per kilogram of soil. During pot experiments, the Amaranthus, Jerusalem artichoke species, and 3 different herbaceous plant mixes were tested. And according to the biomass output results, the best performing was amaranth plants, which reached the potential of more than 25.7 tons hectare of dry matter, following Jerusalem artichoke, which had more than 23 tons per hectare, and herbaceous plants, which yielded about 1.3 tons per hectare of dry matter. And in the diagram, you can see the best performed plants from a phytoremediation perspective were herbaceous plants, and herbaceous plants significantly reduced TPH levels
in the first year. Even the positive results were obtained in a depth more than 60 centimeters and about 1 meter depth. So behind this, I want to mention that there are 3 different strategies beyond those 3 different plant species. The strategies combines like maximum biomass output potential with a lower remediation potential but higher costs of management like amaranthus. The second one would be like maximum remediation potential but lower biomass output and a lower costs. It stands for herbaceous plants because it's more perennial plants. So and high biomass. The third strategy would be like high biomass output, lower remediation potential, but with the medium cost. It stands for a Jerusalem artichoke. Yeah, and in 2022 in Lithuanian pilot site, we obtained the remediation potential higher than 3.5 times in a herbaceous plant field tests. We had very promising result tests in a pot tests with amaranthus plants, but we had in a field test we had very low seed germination rate, and after double check we found out that the germination was only about 10%. So also we had a lower Jerusalem artichoke plants density in pilot site. It was because of the agro machinery capabilities and the specifications of growing these plants, those plants. Also, herbaceous plants demonstrated stable biomass output during the season in the field tests, and in a deeper layers up to 1 meter depth, we lowered the concentrations of the total petroleum hydrocarbons more than 1.3 times during 1 year. So we determined that without soil amendments, especially organic, it is hard to grow sufficient plants in the hotspots. Furthermore, 1 year cycle was not enough to remediate site under the threshold values in Lithuanian site in 2022. Now I will move on a Serbian pilot site, the third pilot site in our project, and more about the pilot site. So the pilot sites in Serbia are located near Begin Canal, and the Serbia deals only with the contaminated sediments from the canal, and relatively slow water flow in the canal led to intense sedimentation and reduction in water depth, making this canal like non-navigable for many years. So here you can see that the sediments are full of heavy metals, polycyclic hydrocarbons, and here with the other contaminants. Rapeseed were selected as a prominent plant-based on the previous experience and the pot tests for phytoremediation strategies. So the objective of pot trials was to assess the rapeseed potential to uptake the heavy metals, also compared with other energy crops as sunflower, hemp, and white mustard. But despite the fact in the pilot site there was no significant change in the total concentration of the observed heavy metals in the biomass, the presented changes are mostly due to heterogeneity of the pilot site, and the maximum amounts of the heavy metals which can be bioaccumulated by the plants are only about 1%. So based on this, for a given experimental conditions, the expected changes of the total heavy metals concentration in soil are less than 1%. As example, for copper, zinc, the translocation factor was higher than 1.
And for lead and cadmium, the translocation factor was close to 1 in 2022. And generally, a much higher translocation factor has to be observed in the field tests compared to the results obtained in the pot tests. And this can be attributed with the longer contact time of energy crop with the contaminated soil. So the main challenges in Serbian pilot site from 2022 the main challenge is to increase the bioavailability of the heavy metals in the soil. And this could be achieved by soil acidification, by adding acid fertilizers or halating agents for increase the mobility of the metals, and addition of the amendments for changing the oxidoreduction state of the metals or similar. And main achievements from 2022 was proven potential to efficiently grow energy crops under highly polluted sediments, and the seed yield is mostly similar to the yield produced on agriculture regular soil. So according European Commission regulation, like setting maximum values on a contaminants on the foodstuff, the plants could be grown, especially for biofuel production in this case. So we consider that there is a good potential to decontaminate the sediments to the level which fits for, let's say, intended usage, the cultivation energy crop for a quality range for energy production, but not for human or animal consumption. And the high cadmium uptake by shoots compared to its concentration in soil. So rapeseed tolerates the high concentration of bioavailable cadmium, and other heavy metals were strongly bonded to soil organic matter, thus rapeseed did not absorb them. And one of the aspects we saw during the 2022 was that no leaching of heavy metals were registered into groundwater during the monitoring of the field tests. And now I move on to the fourth pilot site of the to Climate project, which is located in Argentina. The pilot site is the former gold mine located in La Planta, San Juan province. It's on the western part of the country. And this site were operated since early 19th century. And you can see the levels of contaminants in that area. Main contamination consists of zinc, arsenic, copper, and cadmium pollution through the mining activities mainly. And the cyanide extraction were used until 1969 in this particular pilot site. So what is more, that there are living communities nearby by these days. Based on the background of the Argentinian pilot site leaders, research team, it was proposed to evaluate the metalloid bioaccumulation capacity in the native shrubs and trees. You can see the example of on the right side of the native shrub, one of the native shrubs. So the native shrub species are adapted to this polluted environment and already grow there. So, but the production of the plant biomass is limited because it needs a longer time frame to accumulate it.
And for this reason, the quinoa crop additionally was proposed as the following in following plan in order to achieve the requirements of biomass, which is 40 kilos of dry biomass per year to support the TCR reactor to the further activities in biomass conversion. And yeah, you can see the growth of the quinoa crop in the picture. And moreover, I want to mention that the season in Argentina has just ended, and we do not have the final yield results yet, and phytoremediation potential. But what we found out from 2022, the main challenges were that the series of experiments conducted allowed to conclude that the chronic exposure to contaminated soil causes mortality of the plants at the concentration is higher than the 10%. This effect was reverted by the use of dolomite and compost. Local shrubs and trees has a long growth time frame. So in order to produce 40 kilos of dry biomass, additionally quinoa crop were tested in contaminated sites. And according to chronic and acute exposure, the soil amendments like dolomite and compost were used, and it was observed that healthy plants are growing in the amendment soil. But in this case, the bioavailability of the metalloids was reduced due to the increase of the pH levels, and which reduced the inhibition in the plant during the growth season. So yeah, that was the last slide of my presentation. The introduction of the Fight Climate Project pilot sites. And thank you for your attention, and your questions are welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Questions?
It's okay. Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation. For both the types of contamination, which were the petroleum contamination, and I'm just wondering, what are the alternative, like chemical decontamination methods, and how would the costs compare with the bioremediation that you've been practicing?
You mean remediation with a chemical oxidative solutions?
Exactly. Like, would those alternative methods be possible on these sites? And and how do the costs compare?
As we know, the cost is quite bigger compared to the phyto, and in the case we are running the sustainable project, so our outcome has to be sustainable as much as possible, even under the properties of the pilots, which are close to the water supply zones. We could not use those kind of remediation techniques, so there are restrictions.
Any other questions?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. We will move to the third project in the same area, gold project, and the presentation will be done by me, but mainly by Eleni Papazoglou, that is leading work package 1 on phytoremediation. So I will start only with a small presentation about what is gold. I see in the audience many partners belonging to gold, and more or less the structure is the same like the previous project. We started based on the sites that they are contaminated in Europe and gave the birth for this project. We cannot use, as the other partners said, about for food and feed production. They have phytoremediation is a green solution, and energy crops can tolerate the heavy metals. In our case, you will see later on that we selected specific crops to do that. And on the other hand, we have the directive for low-ILUC feedstock, the targets that we have, and energy crops can be a good solution. The main specific objective for the project is mainly work package 1 and main objective to optimize selected energy crops for phytoremediation. The second is to take the biomass, the polluted biomass, and to convert it to clean advanced biofuel. The third, like in the previous project, is bridging the gap between phytoremediation and biofuels production, and to do also sustainability, to create win-win situations and solutions. Of course, always we have dissemination and coordination. So you see, the structure is very, very simple. We built in 3 pillars: the energy crops growing on contaminated areas with organic or inorganic pollutants. For this reason, we selected 4 crops: 2 perennial grasses, 2 lignocellulosic crops. The perennial grasses is switchgrass, miscanthus, and on the other hand, we have biomass sorghum and hemp. And we work on first on pods, you will see, and then on common trials following the same protocol. On this, Eleni insists a lot, and I couldn't say no on this. The second, it was the pillar on biofuels to produce low-ILUC biofuels, and we followed 2 routes. The first is gasification, high thermal gasification by TUM University, and the second, we had the collaboration of Canada, and their University of Sherbrooke is contributed on that through the international collaboration. And the third pillar is bridging the gap between to create optimized value chains, combine what we got from biofuels, what we got from the fields, from real case studies, and to try to see the best combination. Just 2 slides about the conversion. The first one is from the European partners. When we wrote the proposal, we were very afraid if we mixed in the first route a partner from abroad and failed to take money, that is a big issue. So we thought better to separate. So in the first case, we have TNO, CERT, TUM, and Record, sorry, David, you're here, and the David team, and we do high thermal gasification, gas cleaning, and then C-gas fermentation. But in the pretreatment, we test 3 different pretreatment. The first is torgus, that is be done by TNO. The second, torrefaction, again from TNO, and slow pyrolysis by Record. This is the first route, and from torgus, we are going to take humic acids that in the last year of the project, we are going to use it in our, we will do extra pod trials, and we will put these humic acid, these things. And in the second route that we have, University of Sherbrooke, we have a system that can be pyrolysis or gasification, and this, in case that they fail to take funding, we were from the same side because the first one, it was totally from Europe, because we faced problem with a Indian partner. On again, the European route, you can see what I told you, that we're going to collect the humic acids to put it in our pod trials. The impact of the project, the main impact is to create a win-win situation, as the other 2 coordinators said, to produce clean biofuels, to collect the contaminants in concentrated form, and that's why we select the specific high thermal gasification of TUM, and to promote the mission innovation on biofuels. That's why we have India and China and Canada in the proposal. So This is the combination, what I said to you. We have the contaminated site, many in Europe and Asia, and at the same time, we bring there the previous experience of the farmers on contamination sites to increase the pool of the knowledge. We have the selected crops, 4 in total, but each partner has to do 3 common. This was mandatory. We have the phytoremediation practices that Eleni will explain how we selected, and we combine all to select the best solutions for phytoremediation. And now I would like to invite Eleni, but before that, I would like to thank you, because I don't want to forget it, because as I said for Berien this morning, Eleni was my other half during writing the gold, and I have to say that.
Thank you very much, Efi. Apparently, without you, nothing would be done, successfully at least. So, I will present the phytoremediation part of our project. And I have to say that Efi was very much insisting to gather all the information in a very few slides, because in order to gain some time. So if you have any further questions, please contact me. First of all, I would like to say that this project started later than the other two. Our analysis concerning the heavy metal concentrations are still in progress. So today I will present only the results from our field experiments, the yields mainly. And also I would like to clarify that even though we have 2 Chinese partners, they established their field experiments last year, but unfortunately, due to several delays due to COVID and all this, difficult situation, and also to some extreme climatic events, their experiment failed, and they're going to re-establish the fields this year. So today I will present only the results from the European partners. And I will start with Poland. The contamination site in Poland is in the Upper Silesia area. It is an area from former mining and metallurgical activities. It is neighboring to an old metalliferous waste dump, and the main contaminants are zinc, lead, cadmium, and arsenic. Then we will move to France. This is a past metallurgical lead and zinc melter close to Lille, in the northern part of France, and the main contaminants are cadmium, lead, and zinc. Going a little southern, we are now in Bologna, Italy. This is a part of the dump field Cerini 1. The main contaminants are lead, cadmium, nickel, zinc, and tin, but also in that case, we have high concentrations of organics like PCBs. Now we are in Greece, in my favorite site, in the Agricultural University's field. This is situated in Lavrion, in Lavriotiki Peninsula. It is a mining and metallurgical site, long-term and heavily contaminated by lead, zinc, cadmium, nickel, arsenic, and antimony. But in Greece, we have a second site, which is a bit northern, in the area of Kozani. This is a lignite mining area, and it is contaminated mainly with nickel. And last, we have the 2 Chinese partners. Their fields are in Changsha, and actually they are agricultural sites. And they are contaminated mainly with cadmium due to mining, but also agricultural activities, because as you know, agriculture is one source that pollutes the soil heavily. So, as Efi said before, we are working with 4 crops, 2 perennials, miscanthus and sweetgrass, and 2 annuals, fiber sorghum and industrial hemp. These crops were selected from the very beginning when we were writing the proposal. Why? Because they are high yielding and fast growing, because they are relatively tolerant to heavy metals and metalloids,
as we know from the literature, but also from our own previous research. And also they have relatively low agricultural requirements. In addition, and in order to increase the phytoremediation strategy, we decided to test 4 biostimulants, more specifically protein hydrolysates, fulvic and humic acid, and mycorrhiza against the control, but also a combination of them. That means mycorrhiza and amino acids and mycorrhiza and the protein hydrolysates. So the first step for our work was to accomplish a pot experiment, because if we wanted to establish field trials with 4 crops and 6 treatments and at least 3 replications, you can understand that it was going to be a very difficult field work and very difficult to follow up and maintain. So we thought that we should start with a pot experiment, but using soil from the contaminated sites. So as you can see in the left side, all of us, all partners, collected soil from the contaminated sites. And just to give you an idea, we transferred almost 1 ton of soil from the contaminated site to our premises. We filled up the pots, and there we sow or transplanted miscanthus or sow the other crops, and we tested the 6 treatments so as to decide which are the 2 best treatments per crop. And these 2 best treatments we were going to apply in the fields. And you can see in the bottom some photographs, some pictures from our pot experiment. And indeed, we have good results. Here I have to say that we addressed a huge problem with switchgrass. Efi and all partners made a huge effort to find seeds, but due to COVID and I don't know why seeds of sweetgrass was very difficult to be found. For this reason, we decided to replace in the field, at least for the first year, sweetgrass with sorghum. But Efi managed to put sweetgrass in the field of Kozani. So let's go to side by side very briefly to see. This is the site of the Agricultural University in Lavriotiki. Lavron is 60 kilometers southeast of Athens. You can see some pictures. These pictures were taken late September. On the left side, you can see hemp. And the maximum, the best productivity, the best yield we have was only 1.6 dry matter tons per hectare. In the middle, you can see sorghum. Our yield here was 12.5 tons per hectare of dry matter. Usually, I'm very shy to present myself in pictures, but please remember this picture because I want to show you a second and to make the comparison. And miscanthus, for miscanthus, we didn't harvest last autumn, we harvested this January, but because it was the establishment year, we decided to do all the measurements in the second year. In this field, due to the extremely high concentrations, to give an example, we had zinc more than 10,000 milligrams per kilo of soil, lead 8,500 milligrams per kilo, arsenic also almost 100 milligrams per kilo, cadmium and antimony, extremely high concentrations. At the first 2 months, our crops were growing very nice, so we were very happy. We were going to have a nice field, but then the phytotoxicity symptoms started. So the plants stopped to grow. We have some phytotoxicity symptoms, as you can see in the pictures, and the result was that, especially for hemp, it was very surprised for all of us, because we had plants even with ½ meter of height that they finished their life cycle. That means that they produce panicles and they were not going to grow any further. So this is the second site, and for this reason, I told you that remember this picture. This is me again, but this site is in Kozani. You can see sorghum is more than double my height. And you can see here the cultivation of sorghum, miscanthus, and sweetgrass. I remind you that this site is contaminated mainly by nickel. As you can see, the plants were in a much better condition, and also their yields were much better. Sorghum 26.6 tons per hectare, miscanthus 5.5, and here you can see also sweetgrass. But this year now we will also establish sweetgrass in the other fields too. So this is from Poland. As you can see, Gosia, she's here. The crops there were growing very well. You can see that the yield of hemp was 8 tons per hectare, while for sorghum 20 tons per hectare. Very good yields, taking under consideration that they have also extreme concentrations of several heavy metals. And this is in Italy, hemp and sorghum again, rather good yields. Again, here the colleagues found some phytotoxicity symptoms, but yet the plants were able to grow in a rather successful way for a contaminated site. And this is from France, sorghum and hemp. You can see again, we have a rather good productivity, but miscanthus was not able to grow because an extreme drought followed the transplantation, and they have some difficulties with irrigation, so the plantation failed, and they're going to transplant again miscanthus rhizomes this year. So thank you very much for your attention. And Efi.
Thank you very much, Eleni. Do you have questions, even on the chat? I think on the chat something, but I don't know what it is. Okay, anything from the audience? Okay, it was very clear, Eleni. Thank you very much for the presentation. And now we will move to the next presentation, that is Margin Up. It's the sister project of MIDAS that presenting in the second session. Okay, so it should be boiled down to that, but Margin Up was funded by circular economy, bio-based economy. So the main focus is on growing industrial crops on a marginal land for bio-based product.
This one.
Yes.
First one was said. Okay, yeah.
Again, the presentation is going to be split in two participants. The coordinator was not able to attend the meeting, so it will be presented by Klube and... Okay.
No, this one is one.
Okay, so the authors.
Yes, please. You go second.
Yeah, I go
Yes.
second.
Okay.
The previous one.
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank Efi and everyone for inviting us to participate in this great workshop. As already mentioned, our coordinator will not be attending this evening, so I will be giving this short presentation. Okay. Thank you. So I will be giving this short presentation of the Margin Up as an overall, and then my colleague Kristina will be joining giving a specific presentation on the mappings that is going to be doing in the project. So Margin Up started in December 2022, and it's a 48-month duration project. It's a quite large consortium containing of 29 partners. We have partners from Europe, but also 2 international partners from Argentina and South Africa. So the project aims to develop a sustainable and circular value chain to produce bioproducts and biofuels from natural raw materials grown in marginal lands, increase farming system resilience, enhance biodiversity, and promote stakeholder participation. In the core of the project, we have the implementation of 5 different use cases, Spain, Greece, Sweden, Germany, and Hungary, and also the replication of the 2 international sites from Argentina and the South Africa. I will be giving a very short introduction of the sites, just to get an overview. Since the project has just begun, we don't have any results yet, so we'll be describing just the methodology. Coming in first in Greece, we have the exploitation of former lignite mines. The case is located in the northwestern part of Greece, close to the town of Kozani, where Klub is also located. The main activities will concern intercropping of perennial wood species, mainly Pseudoacacia, and indigenous herbs. We will be focusing on lavender. The biomass that will be produced will be employed in wood boards, and bioenergy production within pellets. But also from the blossom of the Pseudoacacia will be collected and having essential oils that will be as an ingredient in facial lotions and soaps. You can see the benefits, but it's a lot of common benefits throughout the cases, so I will not be mentioning in order to save some time. The second case will be in Sweden. That will concern turnip rape as an industrial crop in the Northern Europe. It will be located mainly in Western and Northern countries. You can also see the picture that is the final product. Of course, the main activities will concern the turnip rape cultivation, and the biomass production will be generate biofuels and biogas, as well as protein-rich bioproducts for animal feed. Next use case will be in Spain. The use case is located in Coria, the region of Extremadura, in Spain, of course. It will be mainly production of hemp and kenaf. You can see also the final product here is an example. It will be a field rotation strategy in water scarcity in low productive marginal land. It's an area that is already been over the production. So, of course, the main activities will concern the production of hemp and kenaf, but also will be focusing in small-scale fiber processing and biodiversity in the area, in the whole area of Korea, and obtaining renewable energy and organic fertilizer, promoting the circular economy. The next case is in Hungary. It will be a national park. The case will be developing a new raw material for oyster mushroom plantation as a substrate. So the main activities will be adding biogas digested to the pilot fields as nutrient supply, and using cedar and willow biomass as a new feedstock, and adding new step with valorization of SME to feeding trials and lab trials in biorefineries feedstock. And finally, the last use case will be in Germany, will be in Finland. There will be multifunctional uses of biomass from periodical wheated in Finland. So, of course, the harvesting and the processing of the biomass, but also the multipath usage of biomass for the production of growing green panels, animal bedding panels, pellets, organic fertilizer, and biofuel. I will be stopping here because, as I told you, I want also to discuss time. Thank you.
They look the same. Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Kristina Mjöfors and I'm from the Research Institutes of Sweden. And I'm going to talk about what we are going to do in the work package 1 in the Marginal project, where we will try to map the marginal lands in the user case. So the VP1, its objectives is to... Okay.
I can continue.
Okay. Yeah. So low-ILUC and innovative and sustainable bio-based products from marginal land is the focus. Let's see here. No. Down. So our task that we are responsible for is to make online maps that will have marginality factors and to see their potential, the areas, the potential for different low-ILUC bioeconomic value as well in the chains. And we will also do some mapping of the stakeholders. So when we heard about MAGIC and the CRES Project, they have already done all of the marginality factors for the biophysical parts at least. So we were hoping that we could have some sort of a collaboration with you, because you did a huge job, and in our few months we will not be able to do that kind of work. But we will also have an expert workshop with participants from across Europe and also from SA and South Africa and Argentina to determine all factors that are causing biophysical and socio-economic constraints. So this will be held in the 3rd of May. So I would just like to give you a heads up, because we like to invite you. It's going to be web-based, but I think it's a good opportunity to discuss this biophysical and socio-economical constraints that we have. So we are still in the beginning of this, and we have a lot of questions like who are going to use the maps? I think that's a really big question, and it's important questions, because you can make a lot of maps, but we want them to be really useful. And what resolutions are we aiming for? Are we going to look at the whole European perspective, or in more regional, or even the user case area? So that's more of the geographical scope. And what should the maps show? Because every user case will have different type of marginal land. So I guess we will have to go into the user case study and see what kind of marginal land are you applying your case on, and then maybe we can scale it up to regional level to see where we find similar places that you can adopt the case on. So we have decided to use the ArcGIS as a software. I don't know the MAGIC, what you used. No, you don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah. But we will only have PDF files on the homepage, because making an interactive map as the MAGIC project would take a lot of effort. And we will not have that many maps on the homepage. So we need to take a lot of information into one map, because otherwise the visitors will get overwhelmed by all of the maps. And as you heard before, we have 5 full-scale use cases across Europe. And we also have in South Africa and in Argentina. So we were thinking that we will do 3 different kinds of maps, the biophysical constraints in each user case, but also the social economical constraints that we have, and then the stakeholders for every user case, because then you can see how the use cases on what kind of level they are working on, if it's a more regional level or a national level or even at the EU level, depending on the stakeholders. So here we are doing interviews right now with the different countries. So you can see, for instance, I will not go through everything, but in Sweden, we have a problem with productivity and the climate, of course. It's really cold. In the north of Sweden, it's below 10 degrees, except maybe 3 or 4 months during the year. And the sunshine in the winter, there are no sunshine at all. And then in the summer, we have sunshine all day. And then there is also a problem with pests. So, I mean, here we have one kind of marginal lands. And if you compare that to Germany or Hungary, you will have different kinds of marginal lands. So how should we define marginal lands on a more broader scale? And then we also have the socioeconomic factors, and that's also a huge difference between the different case studies. If you see here in Spain, you have abandonment, and that you had in Hungary. I think it was in Spain. No, in Hungary, they have a really lot of people that could work, a lot of unemployed people. And in Spain, it was the other way around, that there were no people that could work in the fields. So it's hard to say socioeconomic factors that could be like added to the marginal lands. And it's important to look at the socioeconomic factors as well, because if you have an area that is not reachable, for instance, it doesn't matter what kind of physical properties that you have. And here also we have the stakeholders. I'm going to get through this fluently now. No, but here you see that it's also, you have the politics, and you have the pellets for heating, and you have the farmers and beekeepers. So there's a lot of variety of stakeholders between the user case that we have to apply on this marginal land and map this as well. So my last thing here would be to just make some sort of advertising for the expert workshop on factors causing biophysical and social economic constraints. So it will be on the 3rd of May, and in just half of a day, because it's hard to sit a longer time with the computer. So we will have the participants from all of the use cases, and the aim of the workshop is to determine all factors that are causing biophysical and socio-economical constraints for low-ILUC biomass production. And of course, with a focus on the use cases in the Marginal project. So if you have any ideas on how to manage this, just thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your presentations. And it's time for questions. First of all, do we have questions from the audience? No. But here from the people participate, do you have questions about Marginal? Berien.
Yes, my question is, what is exactly the aim of your mapping? What do you want to achieve with that?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess it's to present the use cases and see there marginal land, what kind of constraints they have, because we can't have the Swedish user case cannot be applied in Greece, for example. So maybe we will try in a more regional scale that we take the Swedish factors, and then we scale it up to a more regional scale or political border or something like that, and try to estimate how large area in this region can we apply the use case on.
Okay, so it's for upscaling.
Yeah.
But can I comment something on this? For me, it looks like we are to provide the data from a previous project or a project that we not continue, but we build on this.
Yeah.
Everything that is public available, it's our side and our tools. But to keep the first, the raw data, what we develop.
Yeah, no, we will collect the raw data from the case as a user case.
And keep in mind that in this maps that we develop, actually the information, what we have to do in MAGIC is to deliver the tools.
Yeah.
This is was our obligation. We never promised to give something else. Even me, I don't have the original files.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. We are thinking more like if you go into your homepage, you can see where do you have marginal lands. And maybe if we could get some sort of where do you have if it's possible to on a European level, just to see where is it temperature limited and so on. And then we will do more detailed study in the region based on the data of the use cases. So we will take 2 or 3 factors that the use cases have provided us that are the most limiting factors or marginal factors, and then we will do maps and upscale them to a region. But to do it on just to see where do we have marginal lands overall. So if we could get from the MAGIC project maybe that in this region we have 2,000 hectares of marginal land, and then we will calculate how much of that marginal land can we apply this use case on. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, the data marginal lands is available. I showed the tool and you can visit it. And so if you go to the area that you're working in, you can see exactly what the limitations are.
Yeah, but
And also the area share.
Yeah. But it would also be on a more because we would only do it on a regional scale. And I don't know if you have so that you can take just the factors from the user case and take it over the whole of Europe, for instance.
Well, that you have to do yourself.
Okay.
I mean, if and basically all the data that we have used for our mapping is of course also publicly available data on different climates and soil, all that stuff.
Yeah, but when I was going into the homepage, I wasn't able to reach it. Right now there is just an error. So the only map I could get was the first where do you have marginal land with your parameterization of it.
Sometimes it is true that the tool is really very happy. And we're still
so that was why we were wondering, because if we could get the tool, we don't want that, because I know that you can get layers that you can click in your map if you want to.
Well, you get the information per location, but that maybe it's a bit boring.
I know the economics, imagine, for instance, Angeliki University, let's say that they have $1 million to do that, but in reality, in their cost statement, they spend 1 million. Almost double it was from their funding because they believe in magic. So it was their property because they invest, they find money from other activities to invest and support magic. Because the funding that they took from magic was very small for them. Because we spent, Berien had a big team and many scientists that have to be paid for this. So it's very, yes, it's there, what they are doing, what they are saying. It's the same to me, give me everything from the pitch, but it's what I'm doing. We can do what is available now, but not what we are the experts on.
Any other questions from the floor? If not, there is a very relevant and interesting question on the panel. What is the definition of marginal lands around the horizon projects that we have seen today, and how does it fit with the new RED categorization?
We cannot answer very well on this because it's after we are going to split in three groups. We are going to do a group even for contaminated soil. And so it's very difficult to answer because in RED 2 we have the cropping systems that increase productivity and we have the marginal land. Nothing is mentioned there about contaminated, and it's what we want to discuss this afternoon. So I would like to invite the last presenter of the day. Sorry, Eleni, that you are being the last, but I count on your voice. Okay, so Eleni is going to present the progress between Greece and China on phytoremediation and fiber crops.
Thank you, Efi. Well, finally, this is the last presentation, but I hope not the least. So, this is a Greek-Chinese collaboration, as you can see also from the title. The title of this project is Supply and Application of Fiber Crops for Sustainable Soil Remediation and Bio-based Raw Material Production for Industrial Uses. Thank you. And the aim of this project is the phytoremediation of polluted mining sites in Greece and agricultural sites in China, using fast-growing fiber crops in order to produce biomass and to use the biomass for the production of bio-based industrial products. In Greece, we are 3 partners. The Agricultural University of Athens is the coordinator. Also, CRES with Efi is the other partner, and HIMAR, it is a private company situated here in Thessaloniki, and we have with us Dr. Electra Papadopoulou, who is working in Work Package 3 and leading Work Package 3. And from the side of China, we have 5 partners. Coordinator is the Institute of Bast Fiber Crops. Then we have another institute situated in Zhenjiang, the Shandong Agricultural University, and 2 private companies. In these 2 pictures, you can see also our experimental fields. We have one experimental field in the area of Lavrion, very close to the experimental field of Gold Project. And also we have a control field in Aliertos, where Efi is doing exactly the same experiment as we do in Lavrion. And in China, we have 3 experimental fields, one in Shandong, one in Changsha, and one in Zhenjiang. So this project is consisted from 4 work packages. In this first work package, we did the site selection and characterization and the plant screening trials. I will give you more details in the next slides. In the second work package, we have the cultivation of our crops in the contaminated and controlled sites. In the third, we have the production of our bio-based products from the contaminated and non-contaminated biomass. And finally, of course, we have the sustainability assessment. But let's have a look in the first work package. So, first of all, in the first task, we accomplished a thorough plant biodiversity investigation. We did that in 3 levels. First of all, in the study site, secondly, in the Thessaloniki Peninsula, and in the third level, the higher level, the bigger level, in the Attica Prefecture. As you can see, I will speak only for the study site. We have 53 families, 172 genus, and 228 species. The family with more plants is Asterace, followed by Fabace. And here, for the first time, we found 7 endemic species reported for this area, as you can see in these pictures. So we also deal with the plant bioforms. Most of the plants in the study site belongs to the xerophytes, but also in the Lavrotiki and in Attica Prefecture, followed by hemicryptophytes, etc. And also we categorized our plants according to the red list of threatened species. As you can see, most of the plants, both endemic and naturally grown, are with a low risk, the yellow color, but also we have some with a red color, which means that they are critically endangered. So let's move in task 1.2. This is the site characterization and description. Our site is a an old mining and a metallurgical site. It is the oldest mines of Greece since 3000 BC, and it is the first producer of silver in the world. From this area, the ancient Greeks mined silver, and they produced their silver coins, which you can see in that picture. And here you can see also a photograph from the waste from the mining and metallurgical activities, both from the ancient time, but also from the more recent time, because Serpieri, who was an Italian investor, established there a factory exploiting lead instead of silver. And in 1992, all the mining and metallurgical activities have stopped. And this is a picture from our field. As you can see, actually is in an agricultural site, an agricultural field. But look, the contamination that it has extremely high concentrations of arsenic, cadmium, copper, lead, zinc, antimony. Nickel, it is a bit high, but it is of geogenic origin. In task 1.3, this task was accomplished in close collaboration with our Chinese partners. Actually, what we did, they selected 10 varieties per crop, and they cultivated this crop under very high concentrations of cadmium, nickel, lead, antimony, copper, and zinc. The soil was artificially contaminated, as you can see in the pictures. And if you want more details about this experiment, you can find anything you want in this publication, or you can just email to me or to the Chinese colleagues. Now let's move to work package 2. This here we actually are dealing with our cultivation in order to find or to optimize the phytoremediation potential of our crops. We are working with fiber crops, as I said before, and more specifically with flax, with hemp, and with kenaf. What we tested 4 different treatments, more specifically 2 varieties per crop, 3 levels of irrigation, 3 levels of fertilization, and the addition or not addition of mycorrhiza. And of course, all the possible combinations of these treatments. So here you can see the experimental layout and also a picture taken from a drone from our field. Yeah, I don't know if I can point here. Yeah. So this is the layout, and this is the mycorrhiza. Actually, it's this part here. Here is the kenaf experiment, hemp experiment, and flax experiment. And now let's see step by step each cultivation. This is the flax cultivation on the polluted side. You will be perhaps wondering why we start with April. Well, the year before we had a huge rainfalls during beginning from November, October, late October until February. So we will not able to sow the flax seeds in the field. So instead of using flax as a winter crop, we use it as a spring crop. So we sow flax on April, and then you can see the different stages. And this is early June. We harvested at early June. Then we separated the fruits from the stem, and here we did the chipping. And the result concerning the yield is this one. Here you can see that the production of flax in the polluted site is 3.8 tons per hectare, while in Aliertos, in the control site, is 5.7 tons per hectare. That means that we have a reduction of 32% in the productivity of flax. Let's see hemp. Hemp was sown late April. This is early May, late May, June, July, etc. We harvested in October. This is a machine, a decorticator that we bought under the frame of the project. And here we are doing the decortication. And now let's have a look in the productivity. As you can see, the yield is 5 tons per hectare, dry matter always, while in Aliertos we had 20.9 tons per hectare. That means a reduction of 75.8%. And kenaf. Kenaf was sown late May. These pictures are from early June, July, August, September, October, November. We harvested December. Please don't be surprised why we collected the cross by hand, because we had the plots and it was not possible to use machinery. And this is again the decorticator, where we separate the core, the woody core, from fibers, because the woody core has been sent to Himar, to Electra to produce particle boards, while the fibers we will produce insulation panels. And the productivity from Lavrion, we had a 9.1 tons of dry matter per hectare, while in Aliertos 29.6, a reduction of 69.2%. Here are the results from the heavy metal concentrations in the biomass, because you know there are not really legislations concerning the threshold values in biomass for bioproducts, not for food. So I used as a level the permissible values for heavy metals and metalloids according to FAO and WHO. And as you can see, flax can accumulate mainly cadmium and lead, hemp, lead and zinc, while kenaf can accumulate cadmium and lead and zinc. And in terms of uptake, that means how many grams of the metal per hectare were extracted from the soil. We can see here the results in this table here. So, for example, kenaf could extract 215 grams of cadmium per hectare. So, as you can see, we have hemp mainly extracted copper and lead, while kenaf extracted cadmium, nickel, and zinc. And if we want to have a result, we could say that the uptake of copper and of lead, if we have a site contaminated mainly with copper and lead, we should firstly prefer to use hemp, then kenaf, and then flax. While if we have cadmium, nickel, and zinc, or both of them, or a combination of them, we should preferably use kenaf, then hemp, and then flax. But I would like to make here some notes so that we will not be disappointed with the phytoremediation technology. First of all, I would like to point out that Lavrion is an extreme case. It's a heavily multi-metal polluted site, long-term multi-metal polluted site. So this is not a common case. We can speak about agricultural soils, which are also contaminated in a certain degree. I can assure you that in China, the 20% of the agricultural soil is contaminated with cadmium and arsenic, but also it could be other sites that has less contamination. So the productivity could be higher, as you have seen in the previous presentation from gold projects, from the other sites. And now I would like to show you this table. In the neighboring fields from our field in Lavrion, they cultivate vegetables and fruits. So we promised to our colleagues, and I think to Berien and Poppy mainly, to collect samples from the vegetables and the fruits and to measure the concentrations of heavy metals in these fruits and vegetables. And here are the results. So okra and green pepper, also purple amaranth, also broccoli, they accumulate cadmium in levels higher than the maximum permissible for food. What is quite interesting is lead, because it's accumulated in all the collected vegetable and fruits. And here I have to tell you that in the area of Lavrion, 35% of the children has lead in their blood more than the common values. So nickel, no, but as I told you, nickel is not in such an increased concentrations, and also its geogenic origin. Antimony, quite interesting metalloid, quite dangerous, and we found that eggplant, lemon peel, purple amaranth, broccoli, and also the green olives and cabbage, sea cabbage, they accumulate these high concentrations of antimony. And finally, zinc in broccoli and also in cabbage. So the question here is, if we have a land that is contaminated and the land is used for the production of food, like in these cases, should we be disappointed with phytoremediation, or should we give an alternative to the local farmers, to the local population, to replace their food with something that can give them a profit and they can continue and stay in the area? Because the first question when we discuss this at the area is, what should we do? Should we leave our houses? Should we move to another site? What can we answer? I think that we will discuss in the next session. So let's move to the work package 3 here. This is the value chain of Forte in Greece. Very briefly, of course, we have the cultivation, we harvest. Here we determine the heavy metals and metalloids in the harvested biomass. We separate the stems into fibers, we produce insulation panels, and the woody part is chipped and we produce particle boards. And finally, both insulation panels and particle boards are analyzed in terms of their characteristics between the products from contaminated biomass and the products from non-contaminated biomass. So HIMAR is leading this work package, and the aim is to study whether the lignocellulosic material from the polluted soils have different properties than the wood particle boards. The stem core from both contaminated and non-contaminated biomass is used to produce lightweight particle boards, and for this reason, HIMAR is using a polymeric resin based on starch. And it is expected that the new particle boards will have the same or even better mechanical properties compared to the conventional ones made of wood. Nonetheless, the particle boards from flax, as you see in the next slide. So in this slide, you can see also the production process and the measurements. It is the line that HIMAR is using. So here are some results concerning the characteristics, the technical characteristics of the particle boards. So the panels from the contaminated flax have lower properties than the panels made from wood, but the panels from hemp and kenaf are under study. And if you have more questions on this, Electra is here to answer these technical questions. Our next work package, and the last one, is the sustainability assessment. In this case, we are testing two different scenarios because we know very well that if we were going to use as inputs the expenses we made in our experimental fields, then the cultivation would be far from sustainable, not sustainable at all. Because of course, in order to accomplish different treatments, different combinations, different irrigation, different fertilization, we have to establish a sophisticated irrigation treatment network with several valves open and closed, with an automatic system and different fertilization, also mycorrhiza. So for this reason, we decided to work with two scenarios. The first scenario is about our experiment, and the second scenario is about an hypothetic, fully mechanized farm, large farm, sized more than 10 hectares, which is more close to a reality. So I think that the second scenarios will be taken under consideration when we are going to speak with farmers about phytoremediation. Concerning the economic sustainability, we are using the ABC software, which was developed by the Laboratory of Agribusiness Management from the famous Agricultural University of Athens. And I'm giving you now some results. First of all, you can see here as a comment that the yields of fiber crops in contaminated land are very low, as you have already seen, when compared to cultivation to other agricultural lands. And also you can see here that 75% of the cost is due to the raw material. Why? Because we have high irrigation network, with costly irrigation network, expensive seeds, also fertilizers, herbicides, mycorrhiza, etc. So these figures concerns only the stem, because in this project we actually are exploiting the stem for particle boards and insulation panels. The stem cost at farm gate is 3,200 euros per hectare and per year. In other words, if we will like to see the cost per dry ton, the stem biomass cost per dry ton is 832 euros. It is, as you can see, very high. And this is the corresponding result, again from hemp, but this time from Aliertos, where we have over 12 tons of dry matter per hectare and per year. But again, you can see that the higher cost is the raw material, which is with a blue color. Here we have a transportation, but transportation was not taken under consideration to calculate this cost. And the stem cost at farm gate is 1,900 euros per hectare and per year, while per ton the dry biomass cost is 158 euros. And last, we have the environmental and the social sustainability. Here we are doing LCA for the concerning the environmental sustainability and also the social sustainability. We have already established the boundaries, as you can see here. This is a bit complicated, but in any case, here again we are using two steps. The first step is from Gradle to farm gate, and the second step will be from Gradle to factory gate, not to the end use of the product. And this was the last but not least, and this is a nice picture from Poseidon Temple in Sunio, where you can enjoy one of the best sunsets in the world. And I strongly recommend you to visit the site when you will be in Athens. And of course, I can host you and guide you to our fields, which is very close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eleni. Great presentation. And now we have to see if we have any questions from this session, from this presentation. Online, I don't see anything. From the audience, you saw some similarities, the case studies of Eleni in Forte. It is almost the same place in gold, and you can see that we can see different crops in the same area, and of course, in both cases, the yields affected a lot by the contamination.
Also, differently treated.
Yes.
Biostimulants. In the case of Forte, we are using different fertilization, irrigation.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to close at least the online workshop because it will be very difficult to follow us after the coffee break when we're going to split in 3 groups. But what we can say that we are going to have online the presentations, and moreover, our officer, Mrs. Maria Georgiadou, asked us to prepare minutes. So we were going to record all the discussions this afternoon, the main findings, and we are going to prepare minutes, and we are going to put online in Bike Project. So you can follow us to find more information, and we are going to continue with more events about bike, I think, in June for Bologna conference. So thank you very much. I would like to thank you, the people participate and stay with us the whole day. And for us that we are in the room, let's have 15 minutes break, and then we will go to the last session. Thank you very much. 10 to 15 minutes break.